Chapter 398. Li Shimin was shocked. He automatically filtered out Zhang Feng's sarcastic words. He had eaten locusts countless times, and they had even become a must-have dish before going to bed every night. It was the same with the bone-strengthening powder. The locusts tasted fine, but the bone-strengthening powder was different. It had the faint fragrance of grass. Now that he thought about it, if it could be eaten by humans, what about horses? If this thing was really useful, wouldn't all the difficulties of the Tang Dynasty be solved? Moreover, if this thing could be eaten by humans, what about animals? Although it didn't sound good, it made sense. Every day, he received news from the treasury and Du Ruhue that tens of thousands of locusts would spoil every day. It was not man-made, and the weather was too hot. If there were too many locusts, however, if he directly collected them, or if he didn't deal with the locusts that were about to spoil, he would directly take them out to roast and grind them into powder. The effect would be much higher. Li Shimin took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Brother, you are really the god of wealth. Sometimes, I really have an illusion that you are the god of wealth in the sky. How is it that everything, even a rock or a pile of shit, can become a treasure in your hands? Zhang Feng's face darkened. Why do I feel that you are scolding me? Li Shimin laughed heartily. No, I'm just praising you from the bottom of my heart. Come on. Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't care about these details. Lao Li, do you want to do this business or not? The profit is definitely not as good as the bone-strengthening powder. If you don't want to do it, I will ask the neighbors to do it. By the way, the people of Hui Tong Workshop can also make a little profit. Of course. Who says I don't want to do it? When Li Shimin heard that someone wanted to steal his business, he immediately grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and didn't let go. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. All right. Come here. As you can see, the terrain of Shirley Slope is very good. Do you want to build a fodder factory there? In that case. Wait, what's a feed factory? Li Shimin hurriedly interrupted Zhang Feng and said helplessly, can you tell me in detail? Every time, you just skimmed over the important parts. I still have to think about it for half a day when I go back. I can't figure it out even with a large group of people around me for an entire night. I still have to come to you. Hearing Li Shimin's words, Zhang Feng glared at Li Shimin and said, who was it that said I was long-winded? That's enough, brother. Lao Li, was wrong, okay? You really have to explain this matter clearly. What is this animal feed factory? Is it that fodder farm? Li Shimin knew that he couldn't win against Zhang Feng, so he hurriedly changed the topic. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, that's about it. What's the profit in it? Li Shimin spread out his hands and said. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and said with a smile like a profiteer, Lao Li, can't you think of this? Let me ask you. Now, are all the warhorses in the Emperor's military camp hungry? I heard that Tubo seemed to have given all the livestock he could at home to the Tang Dynasty. Do they need it? This market is born because of demand. Think about it first. Not only do these two places need it, but those merchants, landlords, and old tycoons also have a lot of poultry, cattle, and sheep, don't they? Do they need to eat these things? Li Shimin frowned slightly. He nodded. There's nothing wrong with what you said, but the problem is that once someone finds out that it's bone-strengthening powder, won't my interest soon fade? Yes. Didn't I say that the profit is very faint? Zhang Feng spread out his hands. He added with a smile, although the profit is faint, as long as you hold on to the military camp and the Emperor's large herd of livestock waiting to be fed, your business will not stop. You can even make a lot of money because of this. I see that your Li Qian has the attitude of an official. Once the Emperor is happy, not only will you make a lot of money, but Li Qian may also be directly appointed as a supervisor because of this. Isn't that good? Isn't he good? Now, do you still think that he has no profit in it? But the premise is that you have to be fast. As long as you can contribute before the emperor comes up with a solution, then. Hee. Zhang Feng also knew that there was a super think tank by Li Shimin's side. If that was not the case, how could he be more awesome than himself, a transmigrator? Impossible. Unless he was also a time traveler, but that was also impossible. If Li Shimin was also a time traveler, he would have come long ago. His appearance must have attracted the emperor's attention, but he had not been noticed until now. This meant that either the emperor was waiting for an opportunity, or the emperor felt that it was not enough. At the very least, Zhang Feng felt that before he did something that shocked the world, Li Shimin would not give a damn about him. The emperor was the real emperor. He was just a small commoner. Would the emperor come to him personally for such a small matter? He was thinking too much. All the opportunities were created by him. But, at the thought of this, Zhang Feng could not help but curse the system in his heart. That damned bastard system. F***CKU. Chapter 399. Zhang Feng told Li Shimin about the animal feed factory in detail. Li Shimin's heart was blooming. Li Shimin could not help but feel excited. After all, there were tens of millions of mouths waiting for him. After they finished talking, Li Shimin was about to slip away, but Zhang Feng grabbed him. "Old Li, we've solved your problem, but you'll have to wait a little longer for my problem." Li Shimin was confused. He looked at Zhang Feng from head to toe and saw that there were no wounds on his body. He could not help but ask in confusion, "What happened to you?" His first thought was that the Turks had come again. But when he thought about it, something was wrong. The Turks had not taken any action for a long time. Even the Turk spies in Chang and City had not taken any action. As for the Turks themselves, they were already in a state of chaos. Every tribe was fighting happily as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Li Shimin could not wait to be idle. Now, could it be that brother Zhang Feng had found some clues? Li Shimin could not help but sit down. But Zhang Feng stood up and urged him, come, follow me to the backyard. Let's talk in the backyard." Once they entered the backyard, Li Shimin immediately understood. Brother Zhang Feng wanted to ask for compensation. Although Li Shimin had never seen that tricycle before, looking at the 3 wheels and the iron lump that was parked crookedly in the yard, how could he not understand the truth of the matter? He could not help but sympathize with Zhang Feng. "Brother Zhang Feng, what is this thing?" "Ask me. Why don't you ask your son?" "Damn it. Not only did they get me drunk yesterday, but they also stole my tricycle and scrapped it. Old Li, tell me, what should I do with this thing?" Zhang Feng asked. "What should I do with it?" Zhang Feng's face was filled with disdain. "This is something that I spent a lot of effort to create." Zhang Feng's heart ached as he spoke. And Li Shimin finally knew that this thing was really stolen by those 3 guys. "Brother Zhang Feng, what is this thing?" "A tricycle." No, I mean, what's the use of this thing?" "You iron lump, why do I only see 3 wheels that don't look like wheels?" "This." "Hey! Come, Laoli, let me ask you, do you want to be rich?" Suddenly, an idea came to him. But he was interested. If this thing was broken, he could ask his father to pay for it, but Zhang Feng told Li Shimin to sit on the reclining chair in the yard and said, "Laoli, let me ask you, how are you doing with the iron boat?" Li Shimin heard this and nodded. "I'm working on it. I estimate that in 3 months, the first iron boat will be completed." "Good." Zhang Feng nodded. He pointed to the dilapidated three-wheeled road and said, "Since we already have this iron boat, do you think it's still a problem to build an iron carriage?" "No, this thing, can he use a horse?" "Look, this is the wheel of a carriage, right? Just think about it. If this were to be brought out, let alone transporting goods, even if it were an empty carriage, it would be scrapped in a single day. Look at the shafts and wheels of all the carriages in the Great Tang, and then look at yours." Zhang Feng was despised. Instantly, he became anxious. He pulled Li Shimin and said, "Okay, Lao Li, you're being unreasonable, aren't you? If it weren't for your precious son doing such a good thing, I might be riding a tricycle in Chang'an City right now. This thing, don't be fooled by its small wheels. Although it's not as fast as the carriage, do you see the thing on the wheel? Once I turn him into the size of a bowl and saddle him with the fastest warhorse, think about it, you'll be a piece of cake. Think about it carefully. At that time, let's not talk about traveling 1,000 miles in a day. A normal carriage, carrying a load of goods, basically costs about 300 stone roads and 500 stones. After 100 miles, the carriage will basically be scrapped. It can't be rushed, so the wear and tear will be even greater. But this thing is fine. No matter how much goods you load, you'll be fine as long as you run like a horse. Think about it. Think about it again. This thing is nothing. What's really amazing is that if you saddle a mule with this thing, it will be 100 times more comfortable than your normal carriage. The key to all of this was this jet black thing. Once I get it out, even if your carriage runs very fast, the wine in the wine bowl of the person drinking inside won't spill. Do you believe it?" Li Shimin had been stunned for a long time. Although he didn't know what the soft thing was, perhaps it was the same as shoes or horseshoes. But if it was really like what Zhang Feng said, not to mention the wheel as big as a bowl, even if it was as big as a fist, it could, while talking. Li Shimin got up and looked in front of the broken tricycle. Zhang Feng lifted the tricycle and gently moved the good wheel with 2 fingers. "Lao Li, look carefully." Chapter 400. In Li Shimin's horrified eyes. The wheel started to rotate at an inconceivable speed. He even saw a small piece of wood being blown gently by the wind as the wheel rotated. How much force did it take? How fast was it? Zhang Feng only used 2 fingers. Li Shimin couldn't help but grab the rapidly rotating wheel. Then, he imitated Zhang Feng's action and fiercely pulled an iron plate on the wheel. In an instant, the wheel started to rotate at an incredible speed. "Lao Li. This thing was ruined by your son. Originally, I was thinking of waiting for you to come so that we could discuss it together and see if we could take this thing and make a fortune. It could even let our name be immortalized for generations to come. But... sigh. What a pity. Now we can't see it." When Li Shimin heard that, he could not help being startled. He asked cautiously, "What do you mean? Isn't it because the raw material of this wheel is limited? The fodder is limited. I only got a little bit. And you haven't seen how awesome this wheel is. Naturally, you don't know how to make it." Zhang Feng wanted to tell him about the rickshaw in the future, but he was afraid that Li Shimin's little heart would explode because of his son's impulsiveness. So, he could only talk about it later. Li Shimin heard that. His fiery heart couldn't help but be splashed with a basin of cold water. He just remembered this thing. When he was chatting with Zhang Sun and the others in the Imperial study, they mentioned something about chariots. At this time, the wheel of a small car wouldn't work. But if what Zhang Feng said was true, then, with a wheel as big as a bowl, would the army supplies be as difficult as before? In the future, if all the chariots in the army were replaced with this kind of thing, then, if only 1,000 of these things were installed with strong crossbows, who would be a match for the cavalry of the Tang Dynasty? Every army only needed 1,000 of these small chariots. But Li Shimin couldn't help cursing Qing Chumo and the other two in his heart. If it weren't for the three of them, I might be the first person to experience this thing now. These three prodigals, do you know what I lost because of your impulsiveness? What did the Tang Dynasty lose? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel anxious. Brother Zhang Feng, is this car, no, this tricycle really so good? Of course. Seeing Li Shimin anxious. Zhang Feng, on the contrary, was not anxious. Think about it. Nowadays, cars are basically made of wood, right? Although this kind of car is cheap and easy to make, its lifespan is relatively short. Moreover, this car can't be easily broken. However, this iron one is different. Once it's made, it will be a long-term solution. What do you think? Do you have any ideas? Do you want to do it together? Once this thing is made, it will be a great thing. Lao Li, think about it. If all the cars of the Tang Dynasty were made by your family, what kind of spectacular scene would it be? You will know whether the car is good or not by looking at the difference between iron and wood. Think about it carefully. I'm sleepy. Don't say that, brother. The more Zhang Feng said, the more anxious Li Shimin became. Once this thing was implemented, he had seen the magnificent iron ship. Would this iron chariot be more difficult to make than an iron ship? No. If Li Shimin was really a businessman, this thing would definitely not be attractive. He would at least be interested. But he was the emperor. When Zhang Feng said that, he instantly thought of two things that could be used. The first was the military, and the other was the business operation. Among these two, Li Shimin paid the most attention to the military. After all, only a strong military could ensure that he could have everything else. Otherwise, if he had everything but the military was not strengthened, then once it was coveted, it would only be a wedding dress for others. Would he, Li Shimin, do such a thing? It was impossible. Li Shimin would never do such a thing, let alone let go of a chance to strengthen the military. After all, after experiencing the Wei River Alliance, Li Shimin paid more attention to the military facilities. He never wanted to experience the feeling of being blocked at the door again. Involuntarily, Li Shimin excitedly pulled Zhang Feng's hand and said, "Brother Zhang Feng, sometimes, I always wonder if you are the god of wealth, but sometimes, I feel like you are the Ziwei star official in the sky. But now, I really understand that you are the reincarnation of Lu Ban." Zhang Feng shook off Li Shimin's hand with a look of disgust. No, I am me. The Ziwei star official, the god of wealth, and Lu Ban have nothing to do with me. He did not dare to wear this high hat casually. Once he wore it, in the Tang Dynasty, where superstition was the strongest, he might really be praised to death. He would not dare to do such a foolish thing even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 401. Zhang Feng had achieved his goal. Who knew how Lao Li would beat up his son when he returned? He had finally gotten his revenge. Most importantly, Zhang Feng was lazy. Lao Li already knew about this. Now that he could no longer hide it, he might as well be a hands-off boss. He believed that Lao Li would not cheat him of the benefits involved. After all, this tricycle was just the beginning. The real giants were yet to come. He knew how to build those things. After all, he had chosen the machinery manufacturing and maintenance specialization. All of this had to wait until that D*MN system was activated and he entered the imperial court. It was still too early to do anything now. Alright, Lao Li, look at how excited you are. If you are really interested, then go back and discuss how to deal with those old fogies from the Ministry of Works. After you get the approval, we can talk about this. But let me say this first. I will only provide the blueprint and teach you how to build it. As for the rest, I don't care. As for the benefits, half. No, I only want 30%. Zhang Feng extended 3 fingers and shook them. This thing had to go through the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments, and Ministry of Justice. It would be good enough if Lao Li could get 60%. Hence, he did not ask for too much. After all, if he could build a good relationship with the government, it would be very helpful for him when he entered the imperial court. Although he would not show his face, if he could support Lao Li, that would be good too. The most important thing was that he didn't want to be famous now. After all, in the face of huge benefits, not to mention one person, in the eyes of those officials, even 100 or 1,000 people could disappear quietly. Therefore, for the sake of his little life, Zhang Feng still chose to be behind the scenes. Was it not better to just lie down and earn money? Li Shimin was also a little surprised. But after thinking about it, he understood. This was still not half of the benefits. But this amount of money was really nothing to Li Shimin. Brother Zhang Feng, then this matter is settled. Settled. Li Shimin's mood was greatly relieved. However, when he thought about how Li Qingqian and the other two almost ruined his plan, he couldn't help but feel angry. He also felt that he had let Zhang Feng down. Only then did he return to the tavern and bring out 2 jars of wine, handing one to Zhang Feng. Li Shimin raised the wine jar and said, "Brother Zhang Feng, regarding the matter of the tricycle, I will definitely make those 3 guys pay the price when we return. I will borrow your wine to apologize to you." Without waiting for Zhang Feng to speak, he grabbed the jar and gulped it down. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. So this son of mine got me drunk, and now you, the Lao Tzu, are trying to get me drunk. He was drunk yesterday and his stomach was still churning. How could he dare to drink now? Li Shimin was speechless. Okay, I won't drink the wine. How is the matter of the academy? Li Shimin put down the wine jar reluctantly and burped. He smacked his lips and said, "We are still waiting for the Imperial College's approval, but it will be soon. By the way, I have seen the desk you ordered. It is indeed a little different from the current one, it's settled. As for the matter of the students, let's get 30 people to test the water first. If it is too troublesome, forget it. Just your precious son and a few people almost took my life. If there are more people and they are all that kind of character, won't I be exhausted to death? Then. Okay. By the way, I heard the 18 beats of the Hujiao last night. It is indeed extraordinary. When are you going to marry 2 people? Do you want me to prepare a house for you? I guarantee that it will be more luxurious than the House of Duke." It was fine if he didn't say it. Now that Li Shimin said it, Zhang Feng's head started to hurt. One of them was still muddle-headed, but these 2. There was no need to talk about Jingshu. To be able to survive and swallow Descent Hall, she definitely had some capabilities. Even though he hadn't met the young mistress of the Zhang clan before, he could tell that she wasn't a simple person from the letters she had written. If one of them were to enter the Zhang clan, he wouldn't be able to live a good life, let alone 2 of them. He did not want to die young. Okay, this matter is not urgent. Okay, I am sleepy. Remember to close the door for me if you have nothing to do. I am still drunk from yesterday. As he spoke, Zhang Feng yawned and lay on the recliner, pretending to sleep. How could Li Shimin not know what Zhang Feng meant? He smiled slightly and clasped his fists. In that case, I will leave first. If you don't want to, do you want me to tell you? After all, I, Lao Li, still have some reputation in Chang'an City. Reputation? If you have reputation, why haven't I heard of your name in Chang'an City? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Okay, you don't have to worry about this matter. Otherwise, you will make a mess for me again. Okay, I will leave first. Li Shimin clasped his fists and left. After all, there were 2 most important things to do now. The first was the matter of the grass field. As for the second, it was to go back and beat someone up. As soon as he left the tavern, Li Shimon's face instantly darkened. The aura on his body suddenly became dignified. Wei Shuyu, who had been guarding beside him, was shocked when she saw this. She hurried forward. Little Gizi and the others also gathered around Li Shimon at this moment. Have the Crown Prince and the others returned? Yes. Master Li, they have returned. Okay, let the three of them kneel at the door of the Imperial Study and wait for me to return. Wei Shuyu was dumbfounded when she heard that. What was going on? Why were all the fathers in the world the same? Why did they beat their sons when they were angry? But he did not dare to ask. He hurriedly accepted the order and left in a hurry. Yes. I will go now. Chapter 402. Eastern Palace. Li Qingqian, Du Go, Qing Chumo, Zhang Sun, and Chong were sitting in the pavilion, chatting about yesterday's interesting news. Du Go was fascinated by it. Qingqian, are you sure that Brother Zhang Feng didn't say anything else? No, he already said 8 times, he didn't say anything. If you ask again, do you believe that this crown prince won't allow you to come to the Eastern Palace in the future? Li Qingqian was annoyed. Today was supposed to be a day to be happy. Yesterday, he had been ordered to visit Zhang Feng and received permission not to return to the palace. Last night, he had gone crazy, but he didn't expect that when he returned, his father wouldn't be there. Instead, he met Du Go, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. He didn't know where this guy got the news from, but he knew that they went to see Zhang Feng yesterday. So, he pestered the three of them and asked if Brother Zhang Feng had said anything about learning. The three of them had said this many times, and even Qing Chumo had raised his fist to threaten him. But this guy was like a rock in a latrine pit, not enlightened at all. At this time, Li Qingqian also laid his cards on the table. If you ask again, then don't come. But this time, Du Go also exploded. He didn't believe that these three guys didn't ask anything. And he really remembered that Li Qingqian seemed to be researching algorithms. Was he not curious about the multiplication table other than the division table? Qingqian, don't be anxious. We're all brothers, there's no need to be so secretive. I also heard some things here. If you say it, we brothers might be able to save your life. TCH. The three of them rolled their eyes at the same time. De Bing, you're crazy. I already said that the three of us did go find Feng Zi yesterday, but who knew that grandson's alcohol tolerance was so bad? He got me drunk in minutes and didn't ask anything. Believe it or not, I've already told you. Then what's going on at Swallow Descent restaurant? Feng Zi got drunk. This crown prince finally got to go out of the palace, shouldn't I go have some fun? Li Qingqian was anxious. But he also faintly felt that something was wrong. He asked subconsciously, how did you know? How would I know? Everything that should be known, everything that shouldn't be known, even the retired emperor knows. Gradually, their expressions changed. A strange feeling made them look at each other. Zhang Sun placed a hand on Du Go's shoulder and asked, Hook, are we brothers? That depends on whether you treat me as your brother or not. Du Go shot a glance at Zhang Sun. He used 2 fingers to clamp that hand down from his shoulder, and even patted his shoulder in disgust. This scene made Zhang Sun want to beat someone up. Then, where did Imperial Father go? He went out. Where did you go? I heard that they went to the 10-mile slope to check out the situation, but halfway there, Shuyu came back and said that she met Feng Zi and went to Feng Zi's tavern. There's nothing wrong with that. Could it be an illusion? Or was Du Go, this grandson, playing a trick? No. There must be something wrong with this. Li Qingqian couldn't help but stare at Qing Chumo and ask, Chumo, are you sure you returned the tricycle to Feng Zi? I think, I probably returned it, Qing Chumo stammered. He felt a little guilty. Yesterday, he didn't know whether the method of using that thing was wrong or it was too soft, but the tricycle was deflated before he could play with it. He could imagine the scene when Zhang Feng saw the tricycle and flew into a rage. Just now, they were laughing about how fun it would be if that was the case. But now, he also felt that something was wrong. With Feng Zi's character, he wouldn't tell on him, would he? Once he did, although the emperor wouldn't be angry, with his father's character, he would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. Qing Chumo couldn't sit still as he thought about it. He patted his butt and was about to run. As soon as he stood up, Zhang Sun Chong also thought of something. They all stood up and wanted to slip away. But at this moment, a little eunuch from the Eastern Palace rushed in. Your Highness, Wei Shuyu is here. He's outside the palace. What? Why is he here? Li Qingqian was shocked and hurriedly asked, Did you see father? I didn't see his majesty, but Wei Shuyu was wearing armor and had a strange expression. He also brought a large group of imperial guards. Your Highness, do you know your crime? At this moment, Wei Shuyu's loud voice sounded at the door of the shop. This sound instantly let Li Qingqian know that this matter was bad. He looked at the three people and pretended to be calm as he said, Shuyu, why are you so angry? Wei Shuyu didn't pretend. He waved his hand and ordered his men to guard the door of the study. He sat on the soft couch and drank the glutinous rice wine in one gulp. I say, Qingqian, you guys had a lot of fun yesterday. Not only did you not return to the palace, but you also made the emperor furious. What did you guys do? Boss. The three people couldn't help but hear a muffled thunder and a voice in their minds. That grandson really did tell on them. We didn't do anything. We just went to see Feng Zi. We didn't do anything. Wei Shuyu looked at Zhang Sun with a smile that wasn't a smile and asked again, Are you sure? I'm sure, that's good. Men. Beat him. Chapter 403. They were dumbfounded. Li Qingqian waved his hand as he looked at the imperial guards rolling up their sleeves. Wait. All of you stop for this prince and get out. The few chamberlains of imperial insignia were also stunned. They looked at each other and walked out of the study. They even closed the door on the way out. Those who could become imperial guards were not allowed by. On their first day of work, there would be elders telling them the rules of the palace. Even when they returned home, there would be people instilling things to pay attention to. How could they not know the relationship between these four people? That was why they turned and left without waiting for Wei Shuyu to speak. They could not afford to offend a crown prince, and the other few were the sons of state dukes. Although Wei Shuyu was the captain and was following the emperor's orders, the emperor's order was to inform the three of them to kneel. If they were to be beaten up, wouldn't they be skinned alive if they were to find out? After the few of them left, Li Qingqian asked anxiously, Shuyu, my good brother, tell me what happened to A1. It's nothing. The emperor asked me to send a message for the three of you to kneel outside the imperial study. Then what the F***ck did you mean just now? You still want to beat up Lao Tzu, right? Do you want to spar now? Qing Chumo's face darkened when he heard this. He clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. Enough, enough. Li Qingqian waved his hand and said, Tell me first, why is father angry? I don't know. The emperor's face was so gloomy when he left the tavern. Moreover, Feng Zi didn't come out this time, which was rare. When they were drinking, the two of them went to the backyard and stayed there for 2 hours. No one knows what they said, but I feel that the three of you are in trouble this time. Li Qingqian and Zhang Sun looked at Qing Chumo when they heard this. Tainyo, tell me honestly. Did you break Feng Zi's treasure? No. I really didn't. Qing Chumo waved his hand. If you didn't, why is the emperor angry? And he even specifically asked the three of you to go to the imperial study. Dugo looked at the three of them with a smile and said faintly, yesterday, you all said that you got Zhang Feng drunk and then went to Swallow Descent restaurant. Now that such a thing has happened, it means that you all must have done something shameful, causing the emperor to lose face in front of Feng Zi. Hook, you can eat whatever you want, this, Qing Chumo exploded. He hurriedly tried to cover Dugo's mouth. As for Li Qingqian and Zhang Sun, how could they not understand what was going on? Their expressions changed instantly. Iron Bull, Lao Tzu treats you like a brother. How dare you trick Lao Tzu? F***ck, believe it or not, Lao Tzu will beat you up first. Men. Drag Qing Chumo out and beat him up for this prince. Li Qingqian was furious. However, at this moment, a golden guard shouted from outside the door, Crown Prince, sirs, the emperor has returned to the palace. You all should go to the imperial study and wait for the decree. Otherwise, when the time comes, you all will. When they heard this, they were all shocked. He's back. Let's go. The emperor probably won't say anything. At most, he'll just scold you all. Wei Shuyu kindly reminded them. When Li Qingqian and Zhang Sun heard this, their hearts also moved. That's right, the one who rode the bike in the end was Qing Chumo. Moreover, this bastard had been trying to hide it. Since he wanted to hide it, then let him bear it alone. Moreover, wasn't it just riding Feng Zi's bike? What's the big deal? At most, they'll just be scolded. All right. Let's go. When Li Qingqian thought of this, his heart calmed down. But Qing Chumo was sullen as he followed the others, slowly walking forward. Others might not know, but how could he not know? This time, he had played a big game. The bike was scrapped, how could it be easy when the emperor was angry? When the time came, a beating would be a light punishment. When they returned home, that would be the beginning of the nightmare. Qing Chumo cried. He wished he could slap himself a few times. In order to show off, now, they all had their own ulterior motives and casually followed Wei Shuyu to the door of the imperial study. The three of them looked at each other and confirmed that the emperor had not returned yet. Only then did they heave a deep sigh of relief and kneel down. However, when they knelt down, Wei Shuyu waved her hand and tied the three of them up with a rope. Wei Shuyu, you dare to tie this crown prince up? Wei Shuyu, you're crazy. Let go. Everyone, don't blame me. You'll know in a while. I'm doing this for your own good. As he spoke, he viciously stepped on Qing Chumo's hands that were behind his back. He fiercely pulled on the rope, causing Qing Chumo to howl in pain. Brother, don't blame me. You'll have to thank me later. This time, you've really played a big game. You don't know how scary the emperor was at that time. I've never seen the emperor so angry before. When Li Qingqian heard this, he became anxious. Even Dugo, who followed the four of them, had a serious expression. The few of them angrily shouted, Qing Chumo, what the hell did you do yesterday? If you don't say it, Lao Tzu won't let you off. Qing Chumo was terrified. I accidentally scrapped the bike. Chapter 404. Li Shimin was finally angry. Today, he also saw the beauty of this tricycle at Zhang Feng's place. What was this? This was a sharp weapon for the border defense. Once this thing was present, it would be used to defend the border, as well as all the logistical support. It would even play a role in a military confrontation. But what were these brats doing? Such a precious thing, ah! In just a short while, it was scrapped. No wonder Zhang Feng's brother was angry. Now that he heard it, Li Shimin was so angry that he wanted to beat them up personally. Before entering the imperial study, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Come, give me 30 strokes of the cane. If anyone dares to go easy on me, then he can wait for me." In the end, Li Shimin looked deeply at Wei Shuyu, causing her to tremble. She hurriedly accepted the order and left with the 3 unlucky fellows. In the imperial study, Empress Zhongsun was already waiting there. She had heard everything that happened outside the imperial study. Originally, she wanted to plead for leniency, but when Qing Chumo said those words, Empress Zhongsun was also angry. Li Shimin looked at Zhongsun Wugo and sighed slightly. Zhongsun Wugo pursed her lips and smiled. "Second brother, what is this? Where did Zhang Feng's brother suffer? How is this suffering, ah? Guanyin maid, you don't know. This time, if it weren't for these 3 brats, I would have brought the tricycle into the palace. Isn't it just a tricycle? Is there a need to be so angry? Be careful not to hurt your body." Li Shimin gently held Zhongsun Wugo's waist and said, "I'm not angry, but you should know that this tricycle will completely change the difficulty of our military's transportation, as well as the transportation of all the caravan's goods. I even faintly felt that this thing seems to have other uses from Brother Zhang Feng's words. Although he didn't say it, I can also feel it. There was really no need to think about this." Thinking about what Zhang Feng had done before, one could understand that Zhang Feng was the king of scheming. Every time he did something, it would definitely cause a chain reaction. Just like the trap he set for Tubo and the other countries, who would have thought of that? Even if Zhuge Kongming was still alive, he probably wouldn't have thought of this. As he thought about it, Zhongsun Wugo's expression gradually turned grave. "Second brother, how are you going to deal with the matter of Swallow Descent Tower? Especially Jingshu. In the past few days, this concubine has received many indirect inquiries from the Wang Fei, saying that they want to use your decree to betroth Jingshu to those Wang Ye. I don't care about this matter. Just tell them anyone can do it. However, I have already reserved Jingshu for Brother Zhang Feng. Could it be that you want me to be the one to betray you? And now in Chang and City, who doesn't know that Jingshu's zither has been broken? Don't tell me they don't know. You're even trying to plot against me." Li Shimin was a little angry. Zhongsun Wugo sighed. "How could this concubine not know? That's why I've already refused. This is just a small matter, don't be angry about it. There are 2 more days until the Dragon Boat Festival. This year, this concubine intends to hold a separate banquet to ease the relationship between you and father. What do you think?" Li Shimin was shocked. "The Dragon Boat Festival is already here." Zhang Suan's slender hand tapped Li Shimin's forehead. "You! How could you forget such a thing? There are 2 more days until the Dragon Boat Festival. The banquet this concubine has prepared will be held tomorrow. The preparations are almost done. I didn't say anything before when I saw that you were busy. Now that everything is settled, and the locust plague is basically stabilized, I'm telling you today. If you don't want to, then I won't inform the retired emperor. Don't, then, let's do as you say." Li Shimin was silent for a while, but still agreed. Although the relationship between them had indeed eased a little during the birthday, and the old master was now living a comfortable life with the bone-strengthening powder, he was still his father after all. If the relationship between the 2 sides could be pulled closer, then the voices of opposition in the court would be much smaller. Thinking of this, Li Shimin didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was looking forward to it. It had been a long time since he had a good meal with Li Yuan. Moreover, it was a meal that only the 2 of them, father and son, ate together. Thinking of this, Li Shimin hurriedly said, "Don't we still have Brother Zhang Feng's wine? When the time comes, we'll drink that. Mon Mo also wants it. Oh right. Zhang Sun Wugo smiled lightly. This was the first time she saw Li Shimin care so much about a meal. Basically, Li Shimin had prepared a portion of everything that the retired emperor liked to eat. In the end, Li Shimin stroked his chin and sighed. Damn it, how could I forget where Brother Zhang Feng's delicacies are? All the dishes this year have been removed. When the time comes, we'll send the kid Wei Shuyu to Brother Zhang Feng's place. Even if I have to beg, I'll make that kid prepare a table of decent dishes for us. Zhang Sun was speechless. Why does this concubine feel that second brother is now talking about Brother Zhang Feng every time you open your mouth? Could it be that Brother Zhang Feng's dishes are better than the imperial chefs in the palace? Li Shimin looked meaningfully at Zhang Sun and said, Guani maid, you'll know when the time comes. Chapter 405. In the tavern. Zhang Feng played with the two black-colored glass pieces that Guzi had taken from the river. Finally, he placed the two pieces of glass on his eyes. In an instant, the glaring sunlight became as docile as a sheep. However, Zhang Feng looked at the blurry mirror and threw it to the corner of the wall in dissatisfaction. This thing was good, but it had been worn out by the sand and stones. It was useless. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. At this moment, Guzi and Zhu Zi, who were dripping wet, ran over from afar. When they saw Zhang Feng, who was lying on the deck chair at the entrance of the tavern, they were so excited that they jumped up and down. They held up several colorful glass pieces in their hands. Brother Feng, we just picked these up from the barbarian merchants in Shi City. Take a look and see if these glass pieces are useful. Zhang Feng was interested. He threw the fan in his hand to Guzi. Guzi started fanning himself. At the same time, Zhang Feng was also carefully playing with the glass pieces one by one. This thing, to put it bluntly, was glass. It was just called differently in the Tang Dynasty. Because the craftsmanship was too rough, the glass was basically filled with bubbles. Although it looked harmless after being made into handicrafts, Zhang Feng was not satisfied. He took two pieces of glass that were either burnt or covered with black dye and covered his eyes again. This was the last piece that looked decent. It was only the size of a palm, but it was enough to make sunglasses. Not bad, this thing works. Zhang Feng put the glass pieces in his pocket with satisfaction. Then, he took out a string of money and threw it to the two. If you two don't go catch grasshoppers, won't your parents beat you? Hearing this, the two shook their heads like a rattle drum. They won't. My father said that Brother Feng is going to be a big official in the future. He is going to be our teacher. Even if Brother Feng wants me to steal a bird's nest or catch a snake, I will do it. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. This Zhu Zi's father was really, he dared to say anything. Tell your father that he can't speak carelessly about such things. Save it, save it. Dad said that there's something wrong with Brother Feng. He doesn't want to be famous. As he spoke, Zhu Zi pointed at his head. Zhang Feng was so angry that he took off his shoes and hit him. After playing around for a while, Zhang Feng was so hot that he lay back down on the recliner. He looked at the barren crooked tree and mumbled to himself before entering the tavern. As for the two fellows who had just received the money, they had already run off to buy snacks. Zhang Feng was too lazy to care about them. Besides, he couldn't do anything about it even if he wanted to, so he simply stopped asking. Instead, he was thinking about how to make sunglasses. Suddenly, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something. Fan Ting hurried to the door and picked up a few useless pieces of colored glass. From the counter, he took out the two natural pink diamonds he had bought from the Hu merchants. This thing was a treasure. Although this thing was not valued in this world, its rarity was not inferior to any kind of gemstone. More importantly, this thing was a diamond. Cutting glass was as easy as cutting tofu. Zhang Feng tried 3 times and finally cut out a lens of the shape he wanted from a piece of emerald-colored glass. Looking at the lens, Zhang Feng grinned. This was the first prototype of Lao Tzu's sunglasses from the Tang Dynasty. As he thought about it, Zhang Feng suddenly felt sad. Unconsciously, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. I say, Feng, if you want colored glass, just tell me. Even if I give it to a merchant who knows how to make colored glass, it won't be a problem. You're crying just from looking at colored glass. At this moment, Wei Shuyu's surprised voice rang out from behind Zhang Feng. Only then did Zhang Feng come to his senses. He rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "A bug blew into my eyes. Why is Lao Tzu crying?" Wei Shuyu had a strange expression. However, she did not fight with Zhang Feng for anything. She said directly, "All right, I'm here today for serious business. Isn't it the Dragon Boat Festival?" Lao Li was thinking of preparing a table of good dishes for his father. "That's why he sent me here to take a look and ask you to prepare a table of good dishes." "That's it." Zhang Feng pointed at his nose in confusion. "What do you think I, Zhang Feng, am? Everyone deserves to eat Lao Tzu's dishes. I won't do it. Get lost. A table of dishes. You just blurted it out as soon as you opened your mouth. Why don't you think about how tiring it would be on such a hot day?" Sigh. Lao Li was still wondering if he should give you a set of prefaces to the Orchid Pavilion that he collected. Now it seems. What did you say? Zhang Feng interrupted Wei Shuyu in disbelief. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. A set of prefaces to the Orchid Pavilion. What the hell, apart from the palace, there were also such things among the commoners? Could it be that these things had become cabbages during the Tang Dynasty? Didn't this mean that only the emperor of the dynasty had such treasures? And it was Li Shimon's most cherished item. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Yes, it's prefaces to the Orchid Pavilion. Do you want it? If you want it, this meal. Yes, yes, yes. When do you want it? Lao Tzu can prepare it now, right? But let's say this first. Lao Tzu can't make these green things even if he wanted to. But let's say this first. If you don't have the prefaces to the Orchid Pavilion, you're in big trouble. Chapter 406. The Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. If it's real, then it's a treasure that can't even be bought with money. I didn't have the right to see the real thing in my previous life, and I'm still wondering when I'll be lucky enough to see it in the palace. Good Lord, this Lao Li actually kept a set for himself. This Lao Li is really, he's so secretive. Fine. From now on, I'll have to dig into Lao Li. This guy is AF** King Rich Man. Oh right, Fingzi, we're going to spend the night of the Dragon Boat Festival with you, okay? Get lost. What treasure do you want from me now? Let me tell you, there's no way. Zhang Feng instinctively put the glass piece and diamond in front of his chest. These 2 thumb-sized diamonds were for the person he liked in the future. At this time, he didn't dare to let these guys steal them. They're so big. Not to mention now, even in the future, they'll be worth hundreds of millions. As long as he kept them well, they'll be passed down as family heirlooms. How could he let these idiots be greedy for him? Wei Shuyu felt a little disappointed and couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhang Feng. What kind of situation had he become after being cheated by those guys? Wei Shuyu couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. Brother, you don't know. Do you know that Tai Nyo and the others were beaten up miserably when Old Li went over today? They can't even get out of bed for the next half a month. Really? You're not lying to me. Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment. Why would I lie to you? But can you stop calling me idiot Wei in the future? How am I an idiot? Can you call me by my name? Okay, idiot. Wei Shuyu left. When Zhang Feng saw that there was no one around, he closed the door and squatted in the backyard. He lit up the crucible and broke off a piece of a brass horse spoon that had been scrapped in the shop. He threw it into the crucible and started to prepare the tools. If one said that the sunglasses were easy to make, then it was. If one said that it wasn't easy, then it really wasn't easy at all. He squatted on the ground. Zhang Feng used charcoal to draw several frames of sunglasses on the ground, but in the end, he rejected them one by one. In the end, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of the foldable reading glasses from the Republic of China. Yeah. Lao Tzu used 2 groove-shaped copper troughs to fix it in place with sheep tendons, and then poured the copper juice over it. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but thank the TV series that had become a little fuzzy in his memory. Once this thing was manufactured, it would be a treasure that could sweep the entire world. When he thought about how the sunglasses would have a wider market than table salt and tricycles, Zhang Feng almost didn't want to become an official in the imperial court. Instead, he wanted to be a real businessman. This thing. Once it was fully displayed, the market would be huge. Why didn't I think of this earlier? On such a hot day, if everyone had a pair of sunglasses, how would they moisturize themselves? Waving a fan and wearing a pair of sunglasses, it was simply too cool. As he thought about it, Zhang Feng chuckled. But after a while, when he poured the copper juice into the grinding tool, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because no matter how he did it, in the end, the thing he grinded out would become king unbearable to look at. There was no possibility of repairing it. Again. No. Again. *ck your mother. In the end, Zhang Feng kicked over the crucible. He wasn't a patient person, let alone such meticulous work. After 5 times in a row, Zhang Feng was dismayed to find that he wasn't cut out for this line of work. Don't talk about making a fortune or sweeping the entire world. Damn, he couldn't even make a frame, let alone a hammer. When he left the tavern, he didn't know when he had been pacing around outside the shop for a long time, and his face was full of worry. Zhang Feng didn't notice he's expression, but asked, he? You came at the right time. Let me ask you, do you know where to find an experienced locksmith in Chang'an City? He was confused. Originally, he had something important to do today, but when he saw Zhang Feng in such a hurry, even his face and body were covered in black paint, he thought that Zhang Feng had encountered something big. He hurriedly said, I know a locksmith, but he's a little old. He does meticulous work, and now he mainly helps people to open locks for a living. Well, it's him. Zhang Feng excitedly pulled he into the tavern, took out a banknote worth 10 taels of silver, and gave it to he. Then, he hurriedly drew something that he couldn't understand on the paper, and added a lot of words. He, this is what this thing looks like. If he is literate, he will be able to understand this thing. If he is illiterate, you can ask the old scholar to go with you. As long as this thing is done, I will treat you to some good wine. Too much money. Although he couldn't understand the words on the banknote, he heard that it was only the size of 2 fingers. It was black, red, and palm-sized. That was 10 taels of silver. So much money, just for this. Not much, not much. I'll just take it as buying clothes for Mantu. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. He saw this, gritted his teeth, and left. Okay, I'll go now. Chapter 407. In the past 2 days, the locusts in Chang'an City were wiped out in an instant. The people of Chang'an City were all in high spirits. Even the old man who was over 70 years old was squatting under the tree with his walking stick, looking for locusts with wide eyes. The locusts were a treasure at this time. Originally, everyone thought that this thing was just a pest. Who would have thought that in this half a month, not only did this thing not cause them any losses, but they also made a final calculation. Good heavens, this thing earned them more than what they usually earned in a year. And this was a cost-free business. Now, the people in Chang and city were rich, and their waists were straightened a lot. Even the meat stalls that few people cared about before were surrounded by people picking with their hands behind their backs. That was nothing. The most terrifying thing was the restaurants and tea houses. Good heavens. The Dragon Boat Festival made everyone have an illusion that it was much livelier than the New Year in previous years. All the stalls on the street were crowded with people buying things. This time, as long as the merchants saw the newcomer, it was as if they had seen their ancestor, and they all laughed heartily. In this lively atmosphere, everyone suddenly felt that this was not a calamity from the heavens. This was simply a stroke of good fortune from the heavens. Now, those who spread the word that the locusts were pests did not dare to go out. Once they went out, they were afraid that today would be the last time they saw the sun. In the palace, it was also very lively at this time. All the palaces were hung with lanterns. Even the little eunuchs and palace maids were smiling so widely that their teeth could not be seen. Not for anything else, but because the plague of locusts had been stopped, the emperor was happy. After the worship ceremony, hundreds of officials and even everyone in the palace were rewarded by the emperor with a banquet of 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver, that was their annual salary. Just because the emperor was happy, everyone received a reward. Who wouldn't be happy? At this time. Taiji Palace, Taiji Palace. In Li Shimon's bedroom. But it was a little lonely. In the enormous palace, there was only Li Shimon and Li Yuan, 2 people. And at this time, Li Yuan somewhat lost his composure. Looking at the table full of things that she had never seen before, she didn't even use chopsticks. She used her hands to grab a little from this plate, a little from that plate. What dish is this? This is called fish with pickled cabbage. What about this? Salted duck in soy sauce. Then this, I know this is a pig trotter, but what is this? Soft and sticky. Li Yuan was like a curious baby, pointing at the exquisite dishes on the plate, or the dishes that looked incomparably crude. The dishes were good dishes, and it could be seen from Li Yuan's mouth and face that he was full of them. Li Yuan ate to his heart's content. He ate while drinking to his heart's content. Li Shimon was also in a particularly good mood. He introduced it to Li Yuan over and over again, and at the same time, he was busy pouring wine for Li Yuan. At this time, the palace maid standing at the door secretly glanced at the scene inside and was instantly stunned. Was this the normally dignified emperor? Shouldn't the emperor be high and mighty? What was going on? But in Li Shimon's view, this was what he should do. Over the years, the conflict between him and his father was too deep. They had just reconciled, and he didn't want this conflict to deepen. After all, he was also going to be old. And now, he was already old. Even though he gave Li Yuan everything within his power that could make his imperial father happy, he could also see that Li Yuan still had people in the imperial court. Moreover, he often paid attention to the matters of the imperial court. They were also paying attention to him. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Yuan touched his belly and drank the lotus seed soup. These dishes were all made by that Zhang Feng boy. Replying to father, yes. Then the wine last time was also his. Yes. Then, why don't you let him enter the imperial court? It's really a waste not to keep such a talent by your side as an imperial chef. Li Shimon pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Don't tell me that the fine salt, and the cooperative, as well as the plan for Zhenla and Tubo, these were all made by him. Imperial Father, it was really his idea to cut them all together. Li Shimin thought that Li Yuan was going to be furious, but he was wrong. Li Yuan was just silent for a moment and said with a sigh, "Oh, Shimin, you've encountered a rare and virtuous talent. Originally, I thought that these things were definitely not what Feng Xianling and the others could come up with, and it was even more impossible for that old faker Yuan Tiangang to come up with the idea. I didn't expect that it was really made by that god." He, Li Yuan, was clear about everything that happened in the palace. Not to mention the people around him, just take Zhang Xuan's daily greetings as an example, he would tell him some things, especially the matter of Li Shimin leaving the palace. At first, he was still very angry, thinking that Li Shimin was not doing his job properly. But as the matters were dealt with one after another, now not only could he easily control the terrifying locust plague, but he could also use Zhenla to tie up the restless guys around him during this period of time. Just this point made Li Yuan have no choice but to prostrate himself in admiration. This person was not the reincarnation of Zhuge. He must be the emperor's star that the imperial astronomer said had descended to the mortal world. Li Shimin also didn't hide anything. He told Li Yuan about Zhang Feng's matter from beginning to end. Finally, when Li Yuan heard that Zhang Feng had actually bestowed Li Shimin a treasure of calligraphy that had been handed down for generations, he couldn't help but be interested. "Let's go, follow me to see that treasure of calligraphy." Chapter 408. Imperial Study. Li Yuan looked at the familiar scene. His hands trembled slightly as he wiped the missing piece on the dragon throne. That dragon throne left him with too much reluctance to part with it. And Li Shimin did not say anything. Pointing to the calligraphy on top of the dragon throne, he said, "Father Emperor, this is the calligraphy that Brother Zhang Feng wrote for generations." "Oh. Let me see." However, when Li Yuan saw that word, he could not help but curl his lips. This word is also too ordinary, right? Just this. Li Shimin smiled faintly. Indeed, Brother Zhang Feng's handwriting is indeed not good. It can even be said to be mediocre. But Father Emperor, take a look at the meaning in this word again. And, let me see. A person who can make my son treasure him so much, and can also do so many things that have never been done before and will never be done in the future, this is indeed not an ordinary person. While talking, Li Yuan looked at it again. However, in the next moment, Li Yuan's expression could not help but become speechless. A bit interesting. Let people be virtuous, know how to use people well. Open a path for speech, accept admonition, put people first, deduct lightly, reward the good, manage the family diligently, know when to advance and retreat, good system. Li Yuan was dumbfounded. Although there was nothing on the surface, in his heart, it was already like stormy waves. What was all this? This paragraph, from the literal meaning, as well as the meaning within, could be called something that was hard to come by. Even the current great writers, and even those great scholars, could not say such words. However, did it really come from the mouth of a 20-year-old youth? Involuntarily, Li Yuan's expression became solemn. From the various things during this period of time, this Zhang Feng was a talent who did not understand many things. "Shimin, are you sure that Zhang Feng is really only 20 years old?" From various signs, as well as his temperament, he is indeed 20 years old. However, when this son once asked him, he once boasted that he was several thousand years old. Ha 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 ha, this little fellow. Li Yuan was amused. He really had never seen such an interesting person. Was this because he was old? Or, sigh? Li Yuan heaved a heavy sigh. How long has it been since I went to Chang'an? 2 years. Or even longer. I didn't expect that our Tang dynasty would have such an amazing person. Not only that, but he is also good at military affairs and governance. He is also good at brewing wine and food. By the way, even if Sun Simiao were to make the bone-strengthening powder, he might not be able to make it. Talent. This is God's blessing for the Tang Dynasty. Although Li Yuan was praising Zhang Feng, Li Shimin felt bursts of anticipation from his heart. He was still worried that his father would fly into a rage if he found out about Zhang Feng's matter. But now, it seemed that the Zhang Feng brothers really had some kind of magical power. Li Shimin was not stupid. It wasn't that he couldn't think of anything. It was because anything could become extremely simple and easy in the hands of Zhang Feng. This was something that no one else could do. It was precisely because of this magical power that Li Shimin wanted to go to the tavern all the time. Even if it was not for business and just to chat, it would make his already irritable heart happy in an instant. By the way, Shimin, today is the Dragon Boat Festival, right? I heard from Qingqian that Zhang Feng is now an orphan. Today. Let's go. Now that we have nothing to do, take me to see Zhang Feng. I also want to see this little guy. This amazing little guy. I want to know whether he is really capable or has a master behind him. Huitong Fong. There is an old acquaintance of mine there. He used to be a great figure in the previous dynasty. He thought that I wouldn't know if he hid in Chang'an. When Li Shimin heard that, the old scholar's appearance flashed in his mind. Father, which old scholar are you talking about who is close to Zhang Feng? Li Yuan nodded. A touch of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. But the next moment, Li Yuan hurriedly asked, when you went out, didn't you meet that guy? And he didn't recognize you? Li Shimin thought for a while and shook his head, saying, no. Every time I go out of the palace, I dress up a little. Unless they see me every day, no one will notice. Hearing that, Li Yuan breathed a deep sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. When Li Yuan heard that the old scholar and Zhang Feng had drawn numbers, he really had a trace of killing intent. But when Li Shimin confirmed that the old scholar did not recognize him, he was slightly relieved. At that time, even so, Li Yuan was still not at ease. He wanted to see for himself whether this Zhang Feng knew Li Shimin's identity or not. If he did not know, then such a strange person must be cherished. If he knew and pretended not to know, then there must be a good discussion. Let's go, change my clothes. I will personally meet this little guy and also take a look at an old friend. While speaking, Li Yuan once again glanced at the words on the wall. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, tomorrow, find someone to make another copy. These words are too ugly. It's a disgrace to my imperial family's dignity. Chapter 409. In front of the tavern. Zhang Feng was bored out of his mind. He was playing a paper fan game with Guzi, Zhu Zi, and the others. But just as he was aiming at the two red pieces of paper, suddenly, someone squatted right in front of him. Looking at it, it seemed to be something. How could Zhang Feng tolerate it? He was instantly enraged. Who are you? Can't you see that I'm playing with paper? The person squatting in front of him was an old man whose hair was basically all white. If it weren't for the hairpin, he would have been bald. He was wearing a purple robe and looked a little sloppy, like a street wanderer. But there was a trace of dignity between his eyebrows. This person was Li Yuan. Zhang Feng was sure that he had never seen such a person in Chang'an City for so long. He couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the door of the tavern behind Li Yuan and seeing Li Yuan staring at him with interest, Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, Sir, who are you? If you have nothing to do, go to the side. Don't disturb my mood. Then, if I disturb you, what are you going to do? Hey! I say, you old man, why are you so blind? Ahem. Brother Zhang Feng. At this moment, Li Shimin, who was behind Zhang Feng, couldn't stand it anymore. These two were both weirdos. One liked to play, and the other liked to play even more. If they met, who knew what would happen? And with the retired emperor's temper, if he did something bad in a fit of anger, he wouldn't be able to take charge. Only then did he hurriedly speak. Hearing that, Zhang Feng couldn't help but turn around and sit on the ground. He looked at Li Shimin and clicked his tongue. I say, Lao Li, why don't you make any sound when you walk? Also, you brats, can't you see that he's here? Who is this? This is Lao Li, our distinguished guest. Can't you see him? Guzi and the others sniffed. He looked at Zhang Feng innocently. Big brother Feng Zi, we were just playing with paper earlier. I thought they were just passing by, so I didn't think much of it. All right. Zhang Feng got up and did not even glance at Li Yuan. Patting the dust off her hands, she hooked her arm around Li Shimin's neck and walked into my room. Let's go. You haven't been around for a few days. We're so bored that we can't even play with the kids. You came at the right time today. I have something to tell you. But Li Shimin couldn't leave. His father was still squatting. He hurriedly said, Brother Zhang Feng, let me introduce you. While speaking, Li Shimin hastily helped up Li Yuan, who looked at Zhang Feng with a smile that was not a smile, and said, This is my father, the one I mentioned to you before, F***CK, it's uncle. My apologies. Ha, that, uncle, let's go. Don't bask in the sun here. Let's go in and talk. Scram, you bunch of brats. Go to the river and catch some dishes for us. There will be rewards when you come back. Hearing that, Guzi and the others scampered off as if they had received an imperial edict. Only then did Zhang Feng resolve the awkwardness. Letting go of Li Shimin, he respectfully made an inviting gesture and let Li Yuan enter the pub. Li Yuan did not find it strange. Instead, after entering the door, he looked here and there as if he was inspecting his own property. Zhang Feng did not mind. After all, he was an elder. And since Lao Li could bring his father here, it meant that what happened before, this Lao Li was a good brother and told his father everything. Then what could Zhang Feng do? Of course, he would greet him with good wine and good food. There was still some leftover smoked tiger meat from before. He believed that this bone-strengthening powder, this Lao Li and Lao Tzu would definitely eat it every day. He did not make that thing anymore. Instead, he made a plate of deep-fried crabs, a plate of deep-fried salt and pepper grasshoppers, and some braised meat. Together with a big pot of mutton, everything was complete. And when Zhang Feng finished preparing all of those dishes and then took them out, Li Yuan actually looked at the words on the wall and started to comment on them. Little brother, these words were written by you. Yes. Old man, come. Try my cooking. It's not that I, Zhang Feng, want to brag, but this thing, outside of our pub, you can't eat it even if you want to. Hee, good. Your cooking, we've all tasted it today. It's really not bad. Even better than that mutton, cough, Dad, come and try this pub. Look at the wine on the wine cabinet. Every one of them has a different taste. Even the degree of spiciness and sweetness are different. When Li Shimin heard what Li Yuan blurted out, he hastily stopped Li Yuan and personally poured wine for the two of them. Then he sat down and fiercely winked at Li Yuan. Zhang Feng was somewhat baffled, but he did not think much about it. Instead, he introduced it with some pride. Old man, Lao Li is right. This wine is called wine. It's much better than the wine from the western regions. Come, try it. We had enough wine and meat last night. Good. I was worried that this wine would not be enough. But looking at your wine, I don't know little brother, where did you get this wine? I think I've drunk all the good wine in the world. But only this wine, this old man, is drinking it for the first time. This wine is even better than the imperial wine in the palace. Could it be that this is the legendary god's nectar? Chapter 4:10. Zhang Fang's wine was indeed very good. Ever since that birthday, Li Yuan was no longer interested in any wine in the palace. It was not that his mouth was picky. It was that when he drank, he thought of the wine at the birthday. That strong taste. Like swallowing a knife. But, this was wine. In comparison, that Turkic fire roast, Tubo's horse milk wine, this F*King smelled the same as that rancid fermented glutinous rice wine. Smelling it made one want to vomit, let alone drinking it. Ha ha ha, old man, you really know how to joke. Zhang Feng laughed and banged the wine bowl with Li Yuan. Half a bowl was gone in an instant. Zhang Feng put down the wine bowl, pointed to the wine cabinet, and introduced it pretentiously. If you say that this wine is God's nectar, it's not an exaggeration. This thing originally belonged to us Han people. It's just because of the traditional concept of passing it to males and not females, leaving half of it to the disciples. This was originally a very good thing, but in the end, what the F*** is left. Let me give you an example. You see, if this old man made a good thing, but once it was passed to the third generation, that thing, can it still be called the original thing? Its F*** changed its taste long ago. Li Yuan glanced at Li Shimin and could not help but nod. You're right. Everyone has their own selfish motives. Moreover, they have their own motives. Who can be completely untainted? Just like what you said in this poem, everyone is that mortal, who can do that immortal thing. If that's the case, then wouldn't the world be in chaos? However, speaking of this poem of yours, old man really admires it. Li Yuan was really stunned by what Zhang Feng said. Indeed, it was as he said. If everyone had passed down all the good things, what would happen now? Just like that wooden ox and horse. Who else could completely restore it now? If it could be completely restored, then what would happen to the current battlefield? This was the problem of human nature. But this topic was too sensitive, so Li Yuan tactfully avoided it. That matter was a pain in his heart, so he was unwilling to mention it. Upon hearing the poem, Zhang Fang's eyes lit up. In addition to the effect of alcohol, Zhang Feng was basically floating in the air now. At this time, Li Shimin played the role of a listener. It was not that he could not get a word in edgewise, but he understood Li Yuan's current situation. It was not good for him to interrupt the conversation between the two at this moment. If Imperial Father and Zhang Feng got to know each other, would there still be a gap between father and son through the relationship between Zhang Feng? And now, when he heard this thing, his expression became somewhat unnatural. Seeing that Li Yuan didn't say anything and instead avoided the topic, he heaved a deep sigh of relief. Father, brother Zhang Feng is an incredible talent. Do you know that Miss Jingshu from Swallow Descent Restaurant? Upon hearing Jingshu, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He had even forgotten that he had once appreciated Jingshu's performance a few times. At that time, he and Li Shimin were like fire and water. He originally wanted to summon Jingshu into the palace, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. In the end, after this conflict was resolved, he also forgot about this matter. Now that Li Shimin mentioned it, he couldn't help but ask, Miss Jingshu's music is indeed blessed by the heavens. Why are you mentioning her now? Let her come to my place another day. No, father, let me finish first. How could he not know Li Yuan's plan? Hearing that, he hurriedly explained, Lord Father may not know, but do you still remember Miss Jingshu's zither music? I remember. What does that have to do with anything? That has a lot to do with it. Zhang Feng patted his chest and said, "Old master is also a sentimental person. You don't know, Miss Jingshu has mastered a zither music that has long been lost. It's called Hygge 18 Beats. It was composed by that Kai Wenji. And this kid is untalented, but he finally cracked it for us." Hearing that, a hint of disbelief flashed across Li Yuan's eyes. He hurriedly asked, "You mean, you cracked that zither music? That's to say, that Miss Jingshu is now your concubine?" Hearing that, Zhang Feng's smile couldn't help but stiffen. He originally wanted to brag, but now, as he bragged about himself. He couldn't help but rub his nose in embarrassment. "That, old master, let's drink. Ha ha ha. Brother Zhang Feng actually has a time when he's embarrassed." Li Shimin laughed. He teased. "Father, let me tell you about the interesting things." "Lao Li, if you're a brother, shut up for me. If you dare to say it, we won't be brothers in the future." Zhang Feng was anxious. It was better not to let the elders know about this kind of thing. If he knew about it, where would he put his old face? Although it looked like Zhang Feng was only 20 years old now, adding up the 2 lives, he was already in his 40s. Seeing this, Li Shimin and Li Yuan looked at each other. Then, suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha, the little guy is actually shy. I heard that the daughter of the Zhang family's pastry shop is your legal wife. This is a good thing. Good things come in pairs, ha ha ha. Not bad, young and promising." Chapter 411. Zhang Feng had long been hit so hard that he rolled his eyes fiercely. But regarding this matter, he really did not have a shred of a way. "Old master, can we not touch the pot that doesn't boil? I'm going to freaking die from this matter. You don't know, my neighbors, especially that old scholar, you don't know. That moth of asterisk cur is my matter, but he's so anxious that it's like he's going to get married. You tell me, what kind of matter is this? This is a big matter of marriage, at least get to know the girl first, meet her or something, right? I don't know anything about this, I don't even know who's tall, short, fat, or thin, how can I dare to agree? What if when the time comes and the red veil is lifted, revealing a big flat face that weighs a few hundred pounds, what should I do? I, Zhang Feng, am a person who will mix in the imperial court in the future. Can I marry such a person?" Zhang Feng's words once again caused Li Yuan to laugh out loud. "Then do you want old man to personally come and check for you?" All right, this matter. Don't worry about it, I'll do it myself. Let's drink and drink, we'll talk about future matters in the future. Anyway, this marriage has to wait until I enter." "That's true." Li Yuan nodded. "A man has to first establish his career, then get married, this way there's also a guarantee. Right, if you really want to enter the imperial court, if old man has some relations and connections, do you want to? Alright, the time is not right, I don't want to enter the imperial court for the time being." Zhang Feng shook his head, directly rejecting Li Yuan's suggestion. At the very least, he had to wait until the Guanlong force was completely eradicated, then entering the imperial court would be a wise move. Entering now. That was nothing but courting death. Moreover, once they knew that all these things were caused by him, how could it be? His skin would be peeled off in minutes, not to mention his little life. Speaking of this matter, Zhang Feng had a toothache. He seriously suspected that this broken system of his, was it broken? Or had he completely forgotten about this matter? Now, he could only take one step at a time. Anyway, it was still early, and he was only 20 years old. What was the hurry? Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't want to grind his teeth on this matter. Only then did Li Yuan bring the topic back to the 18 beats of Hygge. I heard that the 18 beats of the hujia was the top palace music of the Han Dynasty. However, with the passage of time and the change of dynasties, this thing has long been lost. That old man Jingshu also heard that she had learned it from an old palace made of the previous dynasty. I wonder how little brother Zhang Feng was able to break this song. With this question, Li Shimon's interest was piqued. I've heard about this from Qian Er. I even have the lyrics for your zither song. But I'm curious. Where did you get the zither song? Well, I'm handsome, so I made a wild guess, okay? Zhang Feng said weakly. Instantly, Li Yuan and Li Shimon, who had a curious look on their faces, rolled their eyes at the same time. If they believed it, then there was a ghost. However, Zhang Feng couldn't say that he was a transmigrator. Moreover, this thing was learned in the music optional class of the later generations. If he really said that, Zhang Feng would definitely be treated as a monster. This matter, damn it, couldn't be said at all. Zhang Feng saw the expressions of Li Shimon and Li Yuan. He touched his nose and said without blushing or panting, "This matter, in fact, is that I read an ancient book for you. I saw it in the ancient book." What about the ancient book? In my house. How about this, you sell this ancient book to me. How much money do you want? I'll give you, okay. Li Yuan excitedly grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and said. Li Shimon's face stiffened when he heard that, father, his family died. The mountain flood broke out, and the whole family was gone. Li Shimon actually didn't want to say it, but he was afraid that Li Yuan's excitement would trigger Zhang Feng's sadness, so he interrupted. Although Zhang Feng didn't know who that unlucky guy was, since Li Shimon said so, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. This person had to have an identity to live for a lifetime. Zhang Feng lowered his head with a face full of sorrow. He rubbed his eyes with the pepper powder on his fingers. Instantly, under the stimulation of the spiciness, his eyes turned red. Drops of tears came out from the spiciness, like a broken thread. Old master, if it's possible, I, Zhang Feng, would like to, but it's a whole family. My front foot just left, and there's no more back foot. There's more than 100 people. I would like to. Li Yuan was also shocked when he saw the situation. He instantly panicked. That, little brother, old man doesn't have any other meaning. You have to restrain your grief. While talking, Li Yuan glared at Li Shimon and said, why didn't you tell me about this matter? You see, everything is fine. What to do? How about, if it really doesn't work, how about old man make the decision and build a grave for your family? Hearing that, Zhang Feng leaned on the table and cried even louder. Old master. I would like to. But that damn mountain flood, I don't even have a place to worship now. Chapter 412. Zhang Feng was crying so hard. Even his shoulders were twitching. But no one knew that he had already remembered his real family in his memory. He was not sensible before, but when he was a stranger in a foreign land, he could really feel the importance of family. No matter what he did now, it could not offset the loneliness he felt when he dreamed in the middle of the night. That kind of feeling was really too terrifying for him. The faces of his parents and relatives were basically a little blurred in the dream. If possible, he was willing to not go to school or work. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not go to school or work. Even if he was picking up garbage, he would accompany his parents, but now. Thinking of this. The corners of Zhang Feng's eyes were actually really wet. Under Li Shimon's persuasion, Zhang Feng stopped his voice at the right time. Old master, I appreciate your kindness, but this matter is actually what God wants me to do, so why don't I go with the flow? So, this matter, I can only wait until I succeed, then I will have the face to go back to worship and go back to the ancestral house to take a look at the ruins. Alas! If your parents in the netherworld knew of your current achievements, how you were able to single-handedly exterminate the plague of locusts, how you were able to turn the great Tang's economy from a lifeless state to such a lively one, and what about the cooperatives, the fine salt, and the matters of Tibet and the other countries? If they know this, then they can also smile in the underworld. Which one of these is not an earth-shattering thing? Even which one of these things is not the thing that will go down in history? Sometimes I really admire you. You are a master of both literature and martial arts. Old master, you flatter me. This is just a blind study when I am bored. How can this be mentioned on the table? Zhang Feng wiped the corner of his eyes and came to his senses. Seeing this, Li Yuan pointed to the wall. Then, this is also something you blindly studied. Zhang Feng nodded, a little embarrassed. He borrowed Li Bai's poem, and now he was showing off. He silently mourned for Li Bai who had not yet been born. Moreover, he had secretly made up his mind. At that time, I'll have to find this young Li Bai. Although I've borrowed something from you, if I accept you as my disciple, then I'll be awesome. This is just a poem that I made when I was dreaming about my family. It's nothing. Nothing much. Li Yuan's eyes were somewhat red. Give a toast, and don't stop drinking. If such a poem is nothing, then all the poets and literary magnates of my great Tang should go hang themselves. You brat. Do you know that once this thing is leaked out, your tavern's door will be trampled flat? You don't know how terrifying those great writers are. Let's drink, let's drink. Everything is in the wine, okay? Zhang Feng didn't dare to say anything else. She was so embarrassed that she panicked. What kind of thing was this? Once that literary tycoon was involved, even he would choke. He was just a porter, how could he know how to compose a poem? He knew a little bit about doggerel, but what was that? Therefore, when he said that he was a dabbler and couldn't be brought to the table, it was also true. However, now Li Yuan didn't buy Li Shimin at all. Especially Li Shimin, now his face was as long as a donkey's face. What the f***ck? This was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. He loved calligraphy, and also loved this path. But why did it change in Zhang Feng's mouth? Li Shimin couldn't help but be unwilling. He wanted to see how high this brother Zhang Feng's attainments in poetry were. He slowly recited, last night, the wind filled the tower, flowers bloomed and fell to the attic. Brother Zhang Feng, what do you think of this poem of yours? Zhang Feng exclaimed softly in surprise. He sized up Li Shimin from head to toe and praised, not bad, Lao Li, you actually learned how to recite poems. Ha ha ha, this is all due to my father's influence. Li Shimin hurriedly flattered. Obviously, Li Yuan enjoyed it very much. He stroked his beard and laughed loudly. My son's poem is very good, very good. I just don't know what Brother Zhang Feng thinks of this poem. It's okay. Doggerel, how could it not be good? When Li Yuan heard this, he was a little surprised. Obviously, he wanted to test Zhang Feng. He stood up and said with his hands behind his back, the sound of wind and rain, the rain hitting the banana leaves, the sound is endless, the sound of crows and thunder, the sound of thunder startling the birds, rumbling non-stop. Brother Zhang Feng, what do you think of this poem? What could Zhang Feng say? What the f***ck was this? If this was Lao Li's poem, at least there would be a bit of rhyme. But this? Nothing at all. But what could he say? He couldn't help but say with conscience, Old Master's poem is very good, very good. It vividly described that kind of environment on a rainy night. Then, little brother, do you want one too? No, 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 I won't do it. Zhang Feng waved his hands. It wasn't that he was afraid. What a joke. 300 Tang poems, he was afraid. What was there to be afraid of? He was afraid that he couldn't control it. When the time came, there would be a big problem. Chapter 4:13. When Li Yuan heard this, how could he not know that Zhang Feng was unwilling? Now that he was free, he studied the four arts. Even in his harem, there were many talented existences among those beauties. When he had nothing to do, Li Yuan would also recite a poem and study the four arts. But once he saw Zhang Feng's poem, he could not help but be infatuated. Compared to his own poem, this was a real master. At this time, he finally lured Zhang Feng to this topic. How could Li Yuan let him get off so easily? Little brother, aren't we drinking and chatting? It's fine, just treat it as drinking to relieve boredom. How about we each recite a poem to celebrate your good mood? Zhang Feng was still unwilling. But Li Yuan picked up a bowl of wine, stood up, raised both hands, and said with a solemn face, "Previously, the matter of my family, as well as the conflict between my son and I, were all thanks to little brother's help. Only then could it be resolved. For this, old man salutes you." How could Zhang Feng not see that this old fellow was clearly trying to get him drunk? But the other party was already like this. If he still refused, then it was not a matter of whether he could drink or not, but that he did not know manners. Good. Old man, I also salute you with a bowl. While speaking, Zhang Feng raised his neck and took a gulp. An old steed in the stable, with aspirations of 1,000 miles. A martyr in his twilight years is full of ambition. The time of shrinking is not only in the heavens, but the blessing of nourishment can be eternal. So fortunate, to sing a song of aspiration. Li Yuan drank a bowl of wine and could not help but recite Chow Chow's Although the Tortoise Lives Long. Although Li Yuan's bare chest was a little something, this made Zhang Feng feel a little emotional. Wasn't this the old man's current situation? Involuntarily, Zhang Feng could not sit still anymore. He stood up and recited, "The mountains in the south are beautiful, the snow floats in the clouds, the forest shows its color, the city adds to the cold." Good. Good poem, good poem. Come, little brother Zhang Feng, old man salutes you with this poem. Come. Zhang Feng was not good at drinking, but under Li Yuan's bowl of wine, he did not even know where to go. Come, Lao Li, I salute you, but this poem of yours is somewhat inappropriate. It's clearly summer now, no, give me another one. Don't, brother, I drank too much, I can't drink this poem, not in any season, but in the heart, when the heart is cold, it is winter, the warm sun, it is spring, but if there is a scorching sun in the heart, then it is true summer. Zhang Feng stuttered. And Li Yuan also came up, hugging Zhang Feng's neck and said, "Then why don't you write a poem that suits the occasion?" Could it be that he had run out of words? "Do you want me to sing a song?" How could Zhang Feng stand such provocation? Old man, you must be joking, although our Zhang Feng's alcohol tolerance is a bit poor, but I'm not bragging. In this poem, if I, Zhang Feng, dare to say that I am second, no one in the entire Tang Dynasty dares to say that they are first. Oh. Li Shimin and Li Yuan looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Feng saw this, but he did not buy it. He stood up unsteadily, pointed at the two with a red face and said, "Hey. You still don't believe it? Good, today, we will make an exception and let you see. Let's talk about this Zhuge Liang, burp, let me think. This is how it should be, the merits cover 3 parts of the country, the name of the 8-front formation, the stone does not turn in the river, the hatred of the law swallows Wu." Li Yuan was shocked. This is Zhuge Liang's 8-front formation. This boy's poem is really awesome. But without waiting for the two to react, Zhang Feng directly hugged the wine jar and said with a big tongue, "For more, listen carefully. These 4 poems encompass the 4 seasons. Old master, please take a look at them for us. The grass on the plains, withering and blooming with each year, the wildfire cannot burn it, the spring wind blows and it grows again, the fragrance from afar invades the ancient road, the green jade connects to the desolate city, and sends the prince's grandson away, the luxuriant parting. It rains in the Qingming festival, the pedestrians on the road are heartbroken, asking where the winery is, the shepherd boy points to the apricot blossom village. Midnight is still as hot as noon, opening the door, the moon is bright, the bamboo trees are dense, the insects are chirping, sometimes there is a slight chill, just the wind. Zhang Feng seemed to be really drunk. Poems came out of his mouth one by one after another. Even Li Yuan and Li Shimin were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. This Zhang Feng boy is really talented. Li Yuan praised from the bottom of his heart. Li Shimin was also stunned. Hurriedly taking advantage of Zhang Feng's poem recitation, he hurried to the front of the tavern and waved his hand. Wei Shuyu hurriedly came forward from a hidden place. Quickly go and find someone with a good memory, someone who can write fast. Yes. After a while, a short and fat man carrying a pole appeared in the small tavern. He did not do anything, just squatted at the corner of the door, took out a brush, ink, paper and inkstone from his bosom, and hurriedly started to record. And the more he recorded, the more indescribably shocked he was. Every poem that came out of this person's mouth, which one of them was not shocking? But in his mouth, why did it sound like candy? Did it not cost money? And what happened to the emperor and the retired emperor? Could it be that a poet immortal had descended? Chapter 4:14. One poem after another. Just like this, they quickly appeared in the tavern. Li Yuan and Li Shimin were also infected by Zhang Feng and also joined the ranks of reciting poems. But this time, the person who copied it suffered. This was not enough at all. But there was no sign of the 3 people stopping. Later, Wei Shuyu called the 3 people again to join in the copying. Only then could they keep up with the rhythm. But even so, there were still many poems that were not copied. Just as the sun was setting in the west, Zhang Feng stopped reciting poems. It was not that he wanted to stop, but in the end, he could not hold on and got drunk. Looking at Zhang Feng who vomited all over the floor in front of him, Li Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. Shimin, such a talent, why didn't you call him into the palace? Isn't it a pity to let him waste like this? Father, you don't know, this brother Zhang Feng's character is quite strange, so I can't force it. Moreover, this guy is a greedy person who is afraid of death. This guy is afraid that if he enters the court now as an official, it will attract the attention of the Guanlong group. So, he is waiting for me to clean up all the people of Guanlong before entering the palace. In the backyard of the tavern, there was no way to sit in the hole. The whole room was full of flattery from Zhang Feng's vomit. In the end, Wei Shuyu carried him back to the room, and then the little eunuch personally served Zhang Feng. At this time, Li Shimin personally brewed a pot of tea and chatted with Li Yuan in the backyard. Li Yuan sat on Zhang Feng's recliner covered with tiger skin with a curious look. Looking at the strange iron lump, he asked, "This matter, in fact, Zhang Feng is already doing it, isn't it?" Indeed, this cooperative matter is Zhang Feng's means to deal with Guanlong, then, this time's locust's business is also the same. Li Shimin nodded. That's right. Li Yuan was silent. He had never thought of such a method. Moreover, he had thought about dealing with Guanlong before. However, Guanlong's strength was too great, so he didn't dare to act rashly. There were many people in the imperial court who were Guanlong's people. However, Zhang Feng first cooperated with him and made all the currencies centralized. Then, he used the locusts to openly bribe the ministers and reshuffle the imperial court. Who would have thought of such a thing? Who would dare to think about it? But this Zhang Feng dared. Why? Just because of that terrifying brain of his. Emperor. About that, old master, these are the poems that Brother Zhang Feng recited this time. There are more than 70 of them, but there are still many that haven't been copied. More than 70. Although Li Shimin and Li Yuan knew a lot just now, when the data came out, they were inevitably shocked. Was he still human? This brain of his, awesome. By the way, I heard that you want Zhang Feng to set up an academy. Li Yuan recovered and asked. Li Shimin nodded. Father, it is indeed so. You are also very clear about this matter. Once we go against those people, and you also know about Brother Zhang Feng's ability. What Qian has said before is true. You see, after all, I am not young anymore. If I come to learn, it is definitely impossible. Therefore, I want Qian to follow Brother Zhang Feng. Li Yuan nodded. He didn't say anything. However, although today he only witnessed Zhang Feng's literary attainments and talent in poetry, it couldn't prove anything. Moreover, he also had to test Zhang Feng on this matter. After all, becoming the crown prince's teacher could be a big or small matter. If the people in the imperial court knew, it would be difficult to handle. Moreover, the most important thing was that it was indeed time for the imperial court to think about the successor. Let's not talk about other things first. Just this study made Li Yuan very concerned. In Li Yuan's heart, Zhang Feng was like a mystery. The more he understood, the more he felt that Zhang Feng was wrapped in a layer of fog. The more he wanted to uncover this layer of fog at this time and see what was hidden under this layer of fog. At this time, Li Yuan was really attracted by Zhang Feng's mystery. While chatting, the sky also couldn't help but darken. Li Shimin looked at the sky and then looked at Zhang Feng, who didn't show any signs of waking up. He said, Father, why don't we go back and come back tomorrow? Li Yuan looked at the sky and frowned slightly. Today, I won't go back. I will stay here. I think this small tavern is quite good. Li Shimin couldn't help but be shocked. Father, this won't do. How can I let you stay here? What? Zhang Feng kid can stay here, but I can't. If I come back tomorrow, it will take time to go back and forth. Tonight, I said I won't go back. You go back first. Li Yuan flatly rejected Li Shimin's suggestion. Instead, he just lay on the recliner and closed his eyes. This couldn't help but make Li Shimin anxious. Father, if something happens to you, however, Li Yuan didn't even bother with Li Shimin. This couldn't help but make Li Shimin somewhat anxious. Your Majesty, why don't you go back first? Tonight, I will let Yuqi bring people here. Yuqi and I will protect Grand, call Master Li. Li Shimin glanced at Wei Shuyu with slight displeasure. But in the end, he glanced at Li Yuan. He clenched his teeth and said, That's fine. Tonight, let Old Qin and Yuqi come personally. This way, I can be at ease. But don't disturb the neighborhood. Yes. Chapter 4:15. The first ray of sunlight in the morning had just shone on the earth. Through the crack in the window, a ray of sunlight made Zhang Feng unable to sleep anymore. The most important thing was that his stomach was hurting badly from holding in his urine. However, when he got up, he was dumbfounded. He saw that in the tavern's main hall, without him knowing, all the tables and chairs had been moved away. Near the counter, there was actually a bed with a gauze curtain. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my territory without Lao Tzu's permission? In his anger, Zhang Feng forgot to pee and opened the curtain. However, in the next moment, he could not help but be speechless. He saw old man Li lying naked on the bed and was actually snoring. What kind of logic is this? Old man, hey. Get up and pee. Old man, wake up. Old man, hey. Old man, wake up. With you doing this, how am I going to open my business? Zhang Feng kicked old man Li's butt. If the people in the palace saw this, they would definitely come in with red eyes and tear Zhang Feng into pieces. This is not. Yu Qigong, who was squatting at the tavern's entrance, was furious. This Motherf asterisk Kerr, this is the retired emperor. He actually dared to kick his butt. F asterisk CK. This is intolerable. Yu Qigong hooked his foot and a brick appeared in his hand. Kid, you dare. Shut up. F asterisk CK, idiot, you're crazy. Qing Yao Jin, who was hugging a wine jar and taking a nap, was instantly shocked awake. Zhang Feng, who was in the room, was also shocked silly by this muffled sound. Li Yuan was also shocked awake. What happened? What happened? Men, come and protect me. As soon as Li Yuan got up, he did not even have time to put on his clothes and hurriedly shouted. As for Zhang Feng, he was scared silly. They saw a man as tall as an iron tower kick the door of the tavern to smithereens. Furthermore, the man was holding a huge brick in his hand. After all, the bricks of the Tang Dynasty were much bigger than modern bricks. Behind the brawny man, another brawny man kicked Zhang Feng just as he was about to smash the brick in his hand. Instantly, the air froze. Everyone was completely stunned. After a while, Li Yuan woke up. He looked at himself and put on his clothes first. Then, he said embarrassedly, well, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Hearing that, Yu Qigong roared indignantly, Old Master, this grandson actually kicked your butt. I want to kill him. F asterisk CK. Shut the F asterisk CK up. Well, old man, this grandson drank too much. Brother Zhang Feng, we'll meet again. I'll explain it to you next time. Although he could not see the person's face with the sun behind him, Zhang Feng knew that voice. Wasn't this old Qin? Seeing that old Qin got rid of that silly big head, Zhang Feng's heart calmed down. He looked at Li Yuan with a strange expression and said, Old Master, what exactly do you do? Who's this iron fool? Well, he's just my bodyguard. He's usually loyal, but did you really kick my butt just now? As he spoke, Li Yuan even touched his butt. After Zhang Feng heard that and saw that there was no danger, he roared in exasperation, Old Master, if you want to sleep, isn't my house so big? Do you have to buy a bed overnight and put it in my hall? I want to open a business here. You. Hey. Don't think that I don't know. If you did business honestly, you'd have made a fortune long ago. Kid, don't nag like a resentful wife. I heard from Qian that you're a lazy bum. You, old man, I'm not leaving. From now on, you just have to serve me well. I'm your only customer. As for money, as long as you dare to say it, I can give you as much as you want. He really did not boast about this. Although he handed over his imperial power, the birthday gifts he received every year were millions of gold taels. If not, as long as he informed Li Shimin to print a few extra large banknotes, wouldn't it be fine? This was not a problem. Zhang Feng heard that and curled his lips. There are millions of strange people in the world, this Li guy accounts for half of them. Alright, quickly get someone to remove the bed. I'll pee and go back to sleep. As Zhang Feng spoke, his whole body quivered. He could not hold it in anymore and hurriedly wanted to slip away. But how could Li Yuan let him slip away just like that? He was sleeping soundly just now, but after being disturbed by these fellows, and now that the door was kicked open, how could he sleep? He grabbed Zhang Feng by the back of his collar and pointed to his flat stomach, saying, "Old man is hungry, make me a bowl of lotus seed soup to rinse my mouth." Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. How rich did he have to be to raise such a prodigal son? Lotus seed soup to rinse your mouth. Even if there was, Lao Tzu would not make it for you at this time. Old master, you have to let me open the floodgates first. I can't hold it in anymore. Chapter 4:16. In the end, Zhang Feng didn't get his wish to go back to sleep. He was already caught by Li Yuan, who was waiting outside the latrine, to make breakfast. Zhang Feng looked at the dawn of the eastern sky and rolled his eyes. It's so damn early, what kind of breakfast is he making? But he is an old man, and Lao Li's father. Forget it. Seeing that Lao Li and his father had just reconciled, he did not care so much. But, what to eat? Zhang Feng was finally worried. And what he was worried about was what to eat today. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng could not help but have an idea. That's right. Usually, Old Li couldn't wait to get everything he could get for his father. If he ate, he must have eaten everything. Should he get a bowl of cold jelly? As he thought about it, Zhang Feng took action. It was not troublesome to make this thing. Anyway, the new beans were on the market. At this time, it was indeed a delicious dish to grind beans to make cold jelly. The key was that he himself was also hungry. And Li Yuan could not stay idle. This wine, he did not drink enough in the palace. Now that he came here, he should drink to his heart's content. When he took out a bottle of wine from the secret compartment below the wine cabinet, he was excited. This thing that could make Zhang Feng hide, it was definitely a good thing. Old master, this thing, you can't drink it. Just as Li Yuan was about to drink the jug, Qing Yao Jin, who had just entered the door, jumped in fright. He hurriedly dissuaded him. Li Yuan's face was instantly unhappy. So, this good wine, I can't drink it, but you can drink it. Seeing Li Yuan angry, Qing Yao Jin hurriedly explained, No, it's not like that. It's like this is not wine, it's alcohol. A bowl of this thing can make a strong adult drunk. Last time, that kid from the Wei family almost drank this thing to death. Hearing this, Li Yuan could not help but be shocked. This is so powerful. What wine is this? Is it that god's nectar? No, this thing was taken out by Feng Zi from the wine. He said it can cure diseases, especially skin diseases. This thing can't be drunk. Are you sure? Old master, you can drink whatever wine you want, but this thing, you really can't drink it. At this time, Zhang Feng came out with a big bowl of cold jelly. Seeing that this alcohol was actually taken out by the old master, he could not help but think of something in his heart. The kind that can bark. Old man, if you really want to drink this thing, you can drink it now. I promise that although the taste is a little bad, it's not comparable to the wine outside. Li Yuan could not help but be suspicious. Qing Yao Jin and the two people each take a bowl, pick it up and drink. But after a mouthful of wine, the two people's brows could not help but wrinkle. This thing, although there is a trace of alcohol, but this strength is too strong, right? If this jug goes down the stomach, then even the god of wine will be drunk. What the old master said is right, Feng Zi. What is this alcohol used for? Why does it have a little taste of alcohol, but smelling your jug, why is it so strong? Qing Yao Jin is also dumbfounded. But his eyes cannot help but light up. This thing, if placed in the military camp, is an incredible treasure. The military camp forbids alcohol, but there will always be alcohol. This wine, first, is for the vanguard battalion to use, second, sometimes, it is also used in other places. But this thing is not easy to store, and also not easy to carry, therefore in the military, if Lao Tzu cannot drink, then no one can drink. Hence, there was an additional rule. But now that this thing has appeared, then it perfectly solves this problem. Only 3 to 5 water bags are needed. It will not be a burden to the military supplies at all. Feng Zi, how much of this thing do you have? Qing Yaojin is not a person who can hide things. At this time, his eyes are fixed on the wine jug, even his 2 hands have already hugged the jug containing the alcohol. But Zhang Feng's next sentence directly ruins his plan. This thing, there is only half a jug, it is all that damn idiot way. If he did not secretly drink half of it for me, maybe now I can still give you a little, but now, if you want to find it, go find idiot way, this half jug, don't even think about it. This is a good thing I will present to the emperor when I enter the imperial court in the future. Then can you tell me, big brother, what is the use of this thing? I only heard that this thing can cure injuries, but how do I do it? Don't ask about this, do you think I don't know you, old Chin? Although you look honest, among this group of people, you are the most King dishonest one. Zhang Feng directly rejected Qing Yaojin, pointed to the table and said, Old master, aren't you hungry? I dare to bet that you will definitely be addicted to this thing after eating it. Hearing this, the 2 of them immediately looked from the wine cabinet to the pot of black thing on the table. Feng Zi, kid, what is this thing? It is so black, what is this thing? Chapter 4:17. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Li Yuan was still thinking about that half jar of alcohol. Especially that Qing Yaojin, he would look at it from time to time. Even if Li Yuan wanted to chase him away, he would not be able to. In the end, Li Yuan also took out his trump card. He was definitely not Zhang Feng's opponent when it came to reciting poems. He could not help but think of a clever move. Play chess. At this moment, Zhang Feng was in a predicament. Looking at the densely packed white pieces on the Go board, he did not dare to play the black pieces in his hand. Not for anything else, but because, damn, half of the wine on the wine cabinet was won by the old man. If this went on, that pocket of cloth would have to be dealt with. The key point was, he thought that he could beat other people's Go skills on the streets and in school in his previous life, but when he brought it here, he was actually King beaten by an old man. Not to mention anything else, just because of his face, he could not continue. What's more, how could he not know the purpose of these 2? This was all because of that half jar of alcohol. I say, kid, why don't you play? It's already been a cup of tea's time, how long do you want to think? No rush, soon, soon. While speaking, Zhang Feng scratched his ears and cheeks, and was about to press down a black piece at a position that had long been down. But at this moment, Qing Yaojin's sinister voice made him hurriedly guard his hand. Feng Zi, if you do this, you'll lose this game of Go. Hey! Little Chen, King don't want to play Go, so scram to the side. Seeing that another jar of alcohol was in his hand, but it was destroyed by Qing Yaojin, Li Yuan was so angry that he grabbed the wine bowl and was about to smash it. Okay, isn't it just a jar of alcohol? Lao Tzu can afford to lose. I won't play, I can't play this thing, but you guys wait, I will take revenge. Hee, good. Kid, the old man is waiting for you. Remember, it's best to decide the outcome in one game. I won't bully you as an old man, as long as you give me that jar of whatever alcohol, we'll call it quits, how about it? Alcohol. Don't even think about it. Zhang Feng was anxious. That thing was a treasure. Normally, he wouldn't even bear to use it if there was a red or white wound. If he could use wine, he would use it. This thing was something he had saved up for great use. When he entered the court as an official, the Tang Dynasty would launch an all-out attack on the Turks, especially Shili Khan. At that time, if he offered this thing to Li Shimin, what would he get? He didn't even dare to think about it. He didn't want to lose it just like that. He was not good at Go, not to mention Chinese chess. He was even worse. She was already so good at Go, and she had nothing better to do, so how could Zhang Feng compare to her? However, Zhang Feng also smiled. He couldn't do it, but that didn't mean he couldn't do anything else. He was a good young man from the 21st century. Would he know the good things of that era? No matter how good you are, Lao Tzu can take out the poker cards. I'd like to see if you know how to play Fight the Landlord. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. She didn't say anything and started to rummage through the cabinets in the backyard. After a while, he found a large piece of straw paper, and then glued 5 or 6 pieces together. Then, he neatly cut it into the size of a poker card with a knife. Then, he picked up a brush and began to write and draw. In the tavern. The atmosphere between Li Yuan and Qing Yaojin was a little strange. As soon as Zhang Feng left, Qing Yaojin instantly bounced up from the bench like a mouse meeting a cat. Li Yuan glanced at Qing Yaojin with a faint smile. You seem to be very interested in this thing. Tell me about it. After all, you've been with this guy for a long time. Old master, I did think of a good place for this thing. Where? The military camp. Oh. Li Yuan couldn't help but frown. But in the next moment, he couldn't help but understand. That's right, you thought of the same thing as me. But do you really think this thing only has so little? It's indeed so. I've come here with old Master Li countless times. Feng Zi also mentioned the difficulty of this thing. Moreover, this guy is also a lazy coward. Unless it's necessary, he would never spend so much time and effort to get this thing. I heard that he spent almost 100 jars of the strongest liquor to get this thing. Moreover, only he knows the real use of this thing now. So, Li Yuan knocked on the table and said, this thing is really good stuff. Come. Old master, let's change the game. At this time, Zhang Feng's voice came from behind the curtain of the backyard. As soon as he entered, Zhang Feng was stunned by the two people. But in the next moment, he didn't care. This must be the two people fighting over the ownership of the alcohol just now. When Li Yuan heard that there was something good, how could he still pay attention to Qing Yaojin? He asked with a smile, Kid, what are you going to play this time? This old man is already prepared. Come. This old man can't wait any longer for this half jar of alcohol. You're not afraid of drinking to death? Zhang Feng muttered in his heart. But he calmly slammed the poker card in his hand on the table and said mysteriously, Everyone, next, I'm going to introduce something that you've never seen before. Poker. Chapter 418. Hearing that, Li Yuan's interest was instantly piqued. In these 2 years, he did nothing but concentrate on studying the things in the world. From chess to guessing big and small, he could play them all at his fingertips. Moreover, he was an expert among them. Playing the finger-guessing game was not a problem. However, this thing was really something that he had never heard of. Could this thing be something that the immortals played with? Looking at the stack of thick paper on the table, even the paste on it had not dried much, but this thing could be played with. Li Yuan could not help but roll up his sleeves and become interested. Good. I even said that I have played with all the fun things in the world, but today with you, I have really broadened my horizons. Then, let's play. Okay. Seeing that Li Yuan took the bait, Zhang Feng smiled confidently. Hey, let's say first, this thing is very mysterious. There is no possibility of fraud at all. Moreover, this thing, you see, from 1 to 10, then to A, B, C, plus big and small kings, except big and small kings. Each side has 4 kinds of suits, a total of 56 cards. Among them, if it is this 8, 2 are pairs, big eats small, you understand, right? 2 eats 2, also called a pair, and then this single card eats a single card, and there are 3 things of the same side. For example, 3 A's, you can take any single card, but above this A, there is a 1, 3 1s, you can eat 3 A's, and 3 2s, you can also eat 3 1s. Wait, you say, what is the biggest? I understand everything else. Li Yuan was attracted by this thing. This thing, he could not help but feel unbearably eager in his heart. However, Zhang Feng still explained in detail the rules of the couplet, straight, king bomb, and so on. In order to make it easier to understand, he changed JQK to A, B, C, and so on. Then, Zhang Feng asked slyly, then, old man, shall the 3 of us play a game? Sure. Let's begin. Okay. While talking, Zhang Feng excitedly shuffled the cards. He had been playing Fight the Landlord since junior high. He didn't believe that with more than 10 years of experience, he wouldn't be able to beat these 2 newbies. Moreover, he only needed 3 bombs to win back everything he had previously lost. Moreover, these 2 guys were extremely fat. If he didn't take advantage of them now, it might not be so easy to take advantage of them next time. Shuffling, cutting, and then dividing. Zhang Feng looked at the cards in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Qing Yao Jin was dumbfounded. Although he recognized these numbers, it was his first time coming into contact with them, so he could not help but feel a little nervous and numb. That Li Yuan was the same. At this moment, his brows were tightly knitted. All right, are you all done? All right, let's begin. A pair of 3. As he spoke, Zhang Feng threw out the card in his hand. At this moment, he heard a voice that made him ecstatic. Only to see Li Yuan suddenly roar, to the king. Awesome! Old master is awesome. Ha ha ha, how heroic. Zhang Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He couldn't help but let Li Yuan realize that he might have made a mistake. But now, it was obvious that according to the rules, he couldn't take it back. He could only glance at Zhang Feng, hesitate for a moment, and draw 5 straight. A straight. Can't afford it. Zhang Feng shook his head. Looking at the pairs in his hand, as well as a small straight, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of uneasiness. But in the next second, Li Yuan threw out 2 1s. This time, Qing Yao Jin suddenly laughed loudly, and slapped the table with a bang. A pair of 2. Ha ha ha, old master, I have a pair of 2. Li Yuan's face stiffened. Looking at the pairs in his hand, he wished he could slap Qing Yao Jin to death. He could only say, pass, angrily. And Zhang Feng definitely couldn't afford it. Qing Yao Jin also realized that he might have gotten into trouble. He hurriedly threw out a 3. He had forgotten the importance of being the landlord. This time, Zhang Feng being the landlord was also tacitly approved by the 3 of them, and it was also the most reasonable place. And this time, Zhang Feng was happy. Now that the 2 had been thrown out, there were only 2 left in his hand. Then, this round, he won. As long as the old master didn't have a pair of 1 in his hand. A pair of 5. Pass. Li Yuan's face darkened. Qing Yaojin's face couldn't help but show a touch of cold sweat. A pair of 7. Pass. Then, a pair of straight. Pass. Seeing that the cards in Zhang Feng's hand were getting fewer and fewer, Li Yuan couldn't help but panic a little. 4 5 6 7 8. Big. Pass. Ha ha ha, kid, you lost. Li Yuan excitedly threw down the pair of straight in his hand. But this time, he was dumbfounded. Qing Yao Jin, this fool, actually made 4 Cs. Explode. Li Yuan was stunned. The cards in his hand that were raised high could not be put down. His eyes glared at Qing Yao Jin and said fiercely, "Pass. It's over." This, Qing Yao Jin finally realized that something was wrong, hurriedly dismantled a bomb in his hand, and said weakly, 78910C. However, waiting for him, Li Yuan's smile suddenly froze in a voice. Explode. Chapter 419. Ha ha ha, second bomb, it's over. Come, old master, this round of 3 bombs is equivalent to tripling the original foundation. That is to say, your original bet of 1 jar of wine has now become 8 jars. While speaking, Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan looked at the pitiful 5 jars of wine on the ground behind him and waved his hand angrily. Only 5 jars, take them. Don't. We have to admit defeat when we bet, right? You lost 8 jars, this wine is not enough, we have to use silver to make up for it. Let me calculate, you still owe me, not much, 300 copper coins. Zhang Feng's despicable look made Li Yuan so angry that he was about to go berserk. However, the most miserable one was Qing Yao Jin. He didn't even have a single jar of wine. Now, he had lost almost 1,000 copper coins. This was his monthly allowance. At this time, Zhang Feng received the money and won back all the wine he lost. Not only that, the jar of wine was saved. He did not know why old Qin and the old master did not want the wine but wanted the wine for. Did they want to die too slowly? Wanted some excitement. But he did not care about that. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng's despicable and silly smile and was so angry. Although he had only played 1 round, he had already grasped the knack of it. He couldn't help but take off his belt. His upper body was bare, and he said, again. Are you sure? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. I'm sure. Come, I have a villa at the Red Phoenix Gate in the east of the city. Boy, if you can win my villa worth millions of gold, then you can be considered capable. Old master, don't worry about it. Qing Yao Jin was shocked. His Majesty had spent a lot of effort to build that courtyard especially for Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan had never even taken a look at it, let alone moved in. And now, he actually gave it to Zhang Feng just like that. If this was not a gift, what was it? This brat had never held back anything good from the very beginning. Now that the retired emperor's interest had been piqued, how could this be? But Li Yuan was also a stubborn donkey. What could he say? He could only bite the bullet and play cards with them. 3 against 3. Explode. Straight. Let's go. Again. King bomb, 3 and 2, come, pay up. Ha ha ha, come. Zhang Feng looked at the banknotes on the table and smiled happily. This was for free. Moreover, these 2 fellows did not bring a small amount of money when they went out. In just a short while, they had already won several thousand taels of silver. Moreover, along the way, Wei Shuyu would come in from time to time to deliver money to Li Yuan and Qing Yao Jin. But even so, it was still not as fast as losing. Wei Shuyu couldn't say anything. She could only wink at Zhang Feng, but Zhang Feng acted as if he didn't see it. No matter what she said, it was useless. Since morning, other than a simple meal, the 3 of them had basically been playing cards on the table. After that, Li Yuan finally stopped losing. On the contrary, the pile of banknotes in front of Zhang Feng was actually slowly decreasing. At this moment, When Wei Shuyu lit up the oil lamp, Li Yuan's entire person trembled with excitement. Not for anything else, but because of his hand of cards. This was a hand of heaven cards. If Zhang Feng hadn't grabbed the landlord card, he would have won back all the banknotes in front of Zhang Feng. 3 bombs, 3 twos, and 2 aces, how could he lose? Brat, it's too late now. Why don't we decide the winner in one round? Looking at Zhang Feng's tightly knitted brows, Li Yuan couldn't help fanning himself. He even used his foot to kick Qing Yao Jin fiercely. Only then did Qing Yao Jin understand. Fengzi, it's been a day. This old master's body is originally weak. Why don't we decide the winner in one round? That's right, brat. If you win this round, old man's manor will be given to you. I heard that you're going to get married. Just take it as a congratulatory gift from me. How about it? That's good. Zhang Feng hesitated for a long time before finally nodding his head. But he subconsciously asked, then what if I lose? Lose? Li Yuan glanced at the small tavern. If you lose, old man won't want these banknotes, but that half jar of alcohol of yours will belong to me. Okay, deal. It's a deal. It's a deal. After the agreement was made, Zhang Feng finally smiled. And it was that kind of insolent smile. Seeing this, Li Yuan trembled with fear. While Li Yuan trembled with fear, Zhang Feng placed the cards in his hand on the table one by one. They were all straight, and there wasn't a single card in the middle. When there were only the last 10 cards left in his hand, he paused. Old master, do you keep your word? Li Yuan looked at the cards on the table, then looked at the cards tightly held in Zhang Feng's hand, and then looked at the cards in his hand. He slapped the table and said, a mouthful of saliva is a nail. Okay. Then say it. Are you done? No. Zhang Feng shook his head. Under Li Yuan and Qing Yaojin's horrified gaze, he placed the last card on the table. Sorry, a pair, a 3 to AB pair. Chapter 420. Under Li Yuan's mournful gaze, Zhang Feng put away the written note Li Yuan had written into his bosom. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. Qing Yaojin left in a hurry because he had something to do. At this time, in the tavern, Zhang Feng made a table of good dishes to entertain Li Yuan. Among the dishes, there were eels that Guzi and the others caught, as well as a finger-long river fish, and a large plate of fried yellow and orange crabs. Braised eels were most liked by Li Yuan, and he ate it with relish. After 3 rounds of food, only then did Li Yuan ask, Kid, where did you learn all these skills? Old man can be considered to have traveled all over the world, and he had seen and heard all these big and small things. But you, from the dishes you made, to the wine, as well as the tuboge and la matter, were they all instigated by you? Zhang Feng had long known that there would be such a day. There would always be people who would ask him about these things, and this was also what he was most afraid of. Therefore, this small tavern did not have a signboard at all, and did not really open to the public. Other than Lao Li and the others, he would not receive anyone else. If it was someone else who asked, then he would directly throw out a sentence that it was none of your business, and that would be it. But this was Lao Li's father, he could not say that, right? Old man, my skills are all thanks to that master of mine. Hearing that, Li Yuan hurriedly asked, then what is your master's surname? I don't know the specifics, squinty eyes and red nose. Although his temper was weird, he was not a bad person. At that time, my family was still there, and I had nothing to do all day, so I wandered around in the mountains. By chance, I met him who was wandering, and he saw that I was talented and smart, so he took me in as his disciple. But he had a rule that he was not allowed to speak of his existence to outsiders. While speaking, Zhang Feng's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. On this point, he really wasn't pretending. Because, at that time, his class teacher was surnamed Zhang, and other than not wearing glasses, everything else was completely fabricated according to his class teacher's appearance. But when Li Yuan heard that, he was overwhelmed with shock in his heart. In his mind, he carefully compared the image of the person Zhang Feng described with all the great writers, great scholars, and people of the scholarly faction with the surname Zhang. However, he could not match any of them. Involuntarily, Li Yuan asked again, "Then do you know where your master is from? Is it from Shandong, or somewhere else?" Zhang Feng shook his head. He sighed sorrowfully. Sigh. Old master, my master once said that I am not allowed to mention his existence to outsiders, but what is our relationship? Lao Li and I are sworn brothers. That's why I'm telling you. But please don't tell anyone else. Yes, I only know that my master was already more than 100 years old 5 years ago. I don't know anything else. Moreover, all my abilities were given to me by my master. He never stayed in one place for a long time, but because he predicted that he didn't have much time left, he took me in as his disciple here. Then, he stayed for 5 years, and then he wandered again. He said something about going to the place where the sun sets. Buzz. Li Yuan's mind couldn't help but feel numb. More than 100 years old. Moreover, he could predict life and death. Could he be an immortal? Could it be that your master is an immortal? Who said so? If only he was an immortal, he wouldn't have to seek death. This is the effect of this bone-strengthening powder. Zhang Feng knew that he couldn't talk about this anymore. He could only quickly put all the blame on the bone-strengthening powder. Anyway, this bone-strengthening powder had already been bragged by him. Moreover, this thing could really replenish protein and amino acids if one ate a lot of it. Although he exaggerated a bit, it could still strengthen the body. It was still possible. As long as it was properly maintained, it wouldn't be a problem to live for hundreds of years. However, at this time, the heat in Li Yuan's eyes was slowly extinguished. He knew about the bone-strengthening powder. Moreover, the effect was really not for show. If he ate it often, it would really not be a problem to live to 100 years old. Sigh. This old man was wondering if I could meet your master. Since you're so capable, I'm sure your master must be stronger than you. Isn't that so? If the person who can be my, Zhang Feng's, teacher doesn't have a little ability, I don't want him. Li Yuan curled his lips. Don't just brag every day. By the way, how much of your master's inheritance did you get about your control of the world situation and military matters? This was what Li Yuan was most concerned about. Zhang Feng's magical things. With an oil lamp, he could solve the problem of table salt. With a small piece of paper, he could make all the money belong to the imperial court. Moreover, he had the means to deal with the Tubo Turks and the Guanlong group. He even had the iron boat, iron car, and so on. Which one of them was not shocking? Were all these things passed down to him by his master? He, Li Yuan, didn't believe it. Zhang Feng thought for a while. He wanted to say 100%, but after thinking about it, he finally said a number that was difficult to bear. I'm guessing that there's about a 70% chance. Chapter 421. Zhang Feng's answer obviously didn't satisfy Li Yuan. But what could he say? He couldn't possibly arrest him and torture him to extort a confession, right? However, thinking about it, everything Zhang Feng did was done in the most down-to-earth way. Obviously, it was reasonable for him to be able to do it to this extent. Li Yuan couldn't help but have the impulse to test Zhang Feng's talent. He took a sip of wine, looked at the iron wine pot in Zhang Feng's hand, and asked, "Boy, what do you think of the Tang Dynasty?" If a barbarian merchant or a barbarian girl you like very much invites you to go to their place, will you go? Go. I'll go to his grandpa. Can people live in the place where the bearded man lives? His body odor can make people faint. If he invites me to go, I'll King kill him. You're still telling me to go to the barbarians? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. And when Li Yuan heard that, only then did he laugh out loud. Boy, are you anxious? Didn't I just say it out loud? By the way, you haven't said it yet. What do you think of the Tang Dynasty? Is there anything that needs to be improved? Change. It's good now. If you want to change it, it's not up to us. By the way, old master, I finally know why Lao Li and the others like to ask these things that can easily cause them to lose their heads. Li Yuan smiled slightly. What? It turns out that it's all inherited from you. This thing can't be said carelessly. It's okay. Aren't we drinking? And it's so late at night. Who will eavesdrop? Li Yuan said indifferently. He knew that the outside had long been surrounded by the Jinwu guards in Yu Qigong's army. Even a bird would have a hard time flying in, let alone eavesdropping. As long as he could get within 10 feet of the small tavern, he would die. Tell me, I'm old. I'm always worried about this country and this industry that can be passed down to my descendants. What if one day the color changes, won't it be over? The things that I worked so hard to create are all gone. No way. Zhang Feng shook his head firmly. Why? Li Yuan became interested. The Tang Dynasty will definitely become the #1 empire throughout the ages with the presence of an emperor who humiliated himself by killing his white horse by the Wei River. You're that sure? Li Yuan was deeply shocked. Although he had heard about this from Zhang Sun, Wu Go, and Li Shimin, he couldn't help but get excited when he heard Zhang Feng talk about it. The Emperor of the Ages. Even Qin Shi Huang, who unified the 6 states, and Emperor Wu of Han, who founded the Great Han Dynasty, were not recorded in any historical records. Neither were Zhang Feng given the title of Eternal Emperor. However, his son actually received this title. But thinking about all the things during this period of time, Li Yuan really had a trace of fervent expectation. Could it be that he could really become the Emperor of the Ages? Could the Tang Dynasty, which he created single-handedly, really become the #1 empire throughout the ages? Li Yuan took a deep breath. He calmed down the huge waves in his heart. Boy, I'm really curious. Especially after knowing everything about you from my daughter-in-law and son, I really don't believe that there can be such a person in this world. But today, I believe it. It's not because you flatter well, but because of an intuition. Then I'm indebted to the old man's love. Come, let's have a toast for this. Okay. Ha ha ha. A bowl of wine went down his stomach. Li Yuan's mood finally calmed down. At this time, after calming down, Li Yuan felt more and more that Zhang Feng was unfathomable. He asked in a deep voice, Boy, do you think this flourishing age is still far away? As long as the Guanlong group is eliminated, and His Majesty continues to run everything now, on the premise that there are no rats of those princes, then the Tang Dynasty will become prosperous and glorious within 3 years. Are you so sure? So sure. How could Zhang Feng not be sure? She didn't know where the emperor got his ability from. He was actually able to come up with the exact same thing that she had thought of the day after she had thought of it. Moreover, with those people around him, if he could not bring the Tang Dynasty into a flourishing age in the current situation, then he really would not be the Emperor of the Ages. Moreover, as long as he entered the court, as long as he took out the things he had already prepared, it would also push the Tang Dynasty forward in a short time. Moreover, it would also make the Tang Dynasty go further. It was even possible to make the whole world become the territory of the Tang Dynasty. Not to mention, whether he appeared or not and added fuel to the fire, the Tang Dynasty would also enter a flourishing age after 7 years of Zhongguan. This was all destined, and no one could change it. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng's serious expression and could not help but ask subconsciously, "Boy, you only talked about His Majesty. What do you think of the retired emperor?" Chapter 422. As soon as he asked this, Li Yuan's heart couldn't help but tighten. He looked at Zhang Feng, who was deep in thought, with a burning light in his turbid eyes. He didn't know how Zhang Feng would evaluate him, but he was very curious. At this moment, Zhang Feng had really asked him the right question. "You mean the retired emperor?" "Yes." "Tell me about it." Zhang Feng couldn't help but say with a wry smile, "Can I not say it?" Li Yuan couldn't do it at once. "You. Aren't we just joking? You see, I'm old, and I'm a little nostalgic. If it weren't for the retired emperor who fought for the Tang Dynasty for us, who knows what kind of suffering we would still be suffering now." "You're right." Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. Speaking of the retired emperor, other than the fact that he was a little unfair to the emperor and caused that incident, he did everything else very well. You see, it starts from the army in Taiyuan. If the retired emperor didn't raise the army in Taiyuan, he swept away the turmoil and all the rebellions in one fell swoop, which laid the foundation for the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty. If it weren't for the retired emperor's action, as well as his military and political efforts to turn the tide, who knows what would have happened at this time. Zhang Feng didn't know what to say. At this time, he always felt strange talking about Li Yuan. However, this old man was obviously also a person who valued friendship and was also a person who cherished old friendships. Only then did Zhang Feng search his intestines and stomach and recall all of Li Yuan's deeds from his memories. But this was already the limit. But Li Yuan was obviously not satisfied. He asked in astonishment, "And then?" "That's it. There's more. If you want to talk about the retired emperor, you have to start from when he raised the army in Taiyuan. All the armies before were under the government army system, but when the retired emperor started from Taiyuan, the government army system separated the right to train the army and the right to lead the army to prevent the generals from holding the army for themselves and fighting against the central government. The prefectural army system is built on the basis of the equal field system. It's a system where soldiers and farmers are integrated into one. Soldiers usually produce at home and go to war in times of war. That's why they're so awesome in military matters. As for the imperial examination system, although it began in the Sui dynasty, it was precisely because of this that the Guanlong group was enraged. But even in this predicament, the old master was still able to make Guanlong compromise. I don't know what he went through, but in short, old master, if you look at the great Tang, if not for the retired emperor, would the current emperor be able to do so well? This is all thanks to the retired emperor's good foundation. After saying up to here, Li Yuan's expression finally eased up. Chapter 423. In Taiji Palace. It was rare for Li Shimin to enjoy a song. He chatted with Zhang Sun, Empress Li Qingqian, and the others. How comfortable was that? Now, the locust plague was certain. Moreover, the food that had been hoarded and dug out from Tubo by various means made Li Shimin a little worried. There were too many. However, just a few days ago, the Turks finally could not sit still. Ever since Qing Yaojin's trip to Longyu, although the war between the Turks had not yet ended, the number of Turks bringing their cattle and sheep to trade for food had increased by the day. Moreover, on the first day, the trade volume reached 3,000 horses and tens of thousands of cows. As for sheep, there was no need to mention it. There were so many that he couldn't even count them all. However, this also became a sore point for Li Shimin. Fortunately, it was not troublesome to officially put the feed factory into operation. According to the list given by Zhang Feng, they only needed to grind the locusts into powder, even if they were alive. Then, they needed to tie the fodder into small pieces and soak it in water for a night. Each cow and horse only needed 30 caddies of fodder a day. Moreover, the cows and horses ate so much that it was as if they were in heat. This scene made Li Shimin and the officials see a business opportunity again. Locusts were now in high demand. If you were not rich, then you were not worthy of buying locusts. This time, the people were happy. Originally, the purchase price of a caddy of locusts was 3 to 5 copper coins, but now it was not. If you did not have 5 copper coins, you were not worthy of seeing the shadow of locusts. Now, the people of the Tang Dynasty were also crazy. Regardless of whether they were men, women, old, or young, as long as they went out, their eyes narrowed into slits. Why? To find locusts. The withered grass and leaves were all rotten. They could not wait to dig out the bluestone tiles on Chang'an Street and inspect them. The beams of the houses, even the sides of the latrines, as long as they could find locusts, were full of people. Now, the chicken and duck army were miserable. In the beginning, they were all valiant and high-spirited, but now, he was so hungry that he didn't even have the strength to walk. He squatted by the corner of the wall and dug for food. There were even people squatting beside the chickens and ducks, watching them. How could such a scene not make Li Shimin feel gratified? As the people's wallets became bigger, their spending standards naturally increased as well. Things that they usually only dared to look at but did not dare to buy were now easily bought with a wave of their hand. Buy! How could he not be happy? Hee hee. Ha ha ha. All right. Li Shimin looked at the singer's performance and couldn't help but giggle. Zhang Sun and Wu Go were speechless. You're still laughing. This concubine really doesn't understand. Why did you bring back all those cows, horses, and sheep? We are full now, but we don't have any money left to serve those things. Imperial Mother, you have wronged Imperial Father in this matter. Li Qingqian shook his head in silence. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but light up. Qingqian, you have learned a lot from Brother Zhang Feng in this period of time. Then tell me, if it were you, how would you deal with these cows and sheep? Imperial Father. Li Qingqian heard this and cupped his fists. After pondering for a while, he said, if this matter were to happen to Zhang Feng, he would definitely find someone to take the blame for it. Just like everything before, he is too lazy. But now, if we think about it from another perspective, these cows, sheep, and warhorses are indeed a disadvantage, but they are also a huge advantage. While speaking, Li Shimin waved his hand and dismissed all the singers. Li Qingqian also stood up and bowed in front of Li Shimin, saying, the first advantage is that we can't afford these cows and sheep, no matter how much we can't afford it. In the long run, it will definitely drag us down. But Imperial Father, you have forgotten that we have so many people. I have investigated before. Now, even among the people of Chang'an City, less than 1 in 10 people can own cows and sheep. This is partly because they can't afford cows and sheep. Secondly, it is because these things are scarce and in demand. But now it is different. We just need to follow Brother Zhang Feng's method and lend them all these cows and sheep. How about that? Zhang Sun and Wu Go speechlessly glared at Li Qingqian when they heard this. These cows and sheep are living things. How can they be lent? Ha ha ha, Maid Guanyin, don't be angry. Listen to Qingqian's method first. Li Shimin actually already thought of it when Li Qingqian mentioned the people. But now, he also wanted to hear Li Qingqian's opinion. After all, he had been in contact with Zhang Feng for so long. If he didn't learn anything, it was obviously impossible. Hearing this, Li Qingqian said, Father Emperor, Mother Empress, this borrowing method is like this. Each family can receive 2 cows, 1 male and 1 female. However, they need to report to the government and pay a deposit of 5 taels of silver. At this time, won't this show the usefulness of the cooperative? If you only receive 1 cow, you only need to pay 1 tael of silver. Zhang Sun and Wu Go frowned and asked, in that case, isn't it a business? Li Qingqian shook his head and said with a smile, Imperial Mother, I haven't finished yet. And the most important point is that no matter how many cubs these cows and sheep produce in a year, the government won't ask. They only need to return the rented cows on time. Hearing this, Empress Zhangxuan's face suddenly changed. What did you say? Chapter 424. It wasn't that Zhang Sun Wugo didn't know about the situation of the people of the Tang Dynasty. If it was a normal day, this wouldn't be a problem. However, the most important problem now was that the locust plague had just ended. Everywhere was barren. What should they do? What should they eat? Sew up their mouths. Although what you said is good, think about it. This problem has been shared, but have you thought about the people? How do you want them to solve this problem? Mother. Guanyin maid, Qingqian, we were also thinking about this matter. Qingqian is right. If these millions of cows and sheep are gathered together, it will indeed be a big problem. However, if they are scattered, then it won't be a problem. Li Shimin looked at Li Qingqian with admiration. Then, we will leave this matter to you for now. As for how you do it, we don't care. We only want to know the final result. Yes, your son obeys your majesty. All right. Come, let's drink. The wine made by Zhang Feng can't be replicated even by the most skilled winemaker we found. Who knows what's in that kid's head? You're still talking about wine. You should think about how to deal with those officials in the morning court tomorrow. Last time, it was you who stayed out all night. Now, it's the retired emperor. I really don't know what's in that head of yours. Don't laugh. Don't think I don't know what happened between you and Qing Chumo and those bastards outside. Li Qingqian, who was covering his mouth and laughing, was instantly scolded by Zhang Sun Wugo. Only then did he calm down. Actually, Zhang Sun Wugo wasn't wrong. He didn't know what kind of magic Feng Zi had that made his imperial father and the retired emperor and so many people surround him. However, when he thought of Zhang Feng's eloquent and unpredictable way of doing things, Li Qingqian couldn't help but yearn for him. Report. Lu Guogong requests an audience. At this moment, Xiao Gizi hurriedly entered Taiji Palace to report. Pass. Li Shimin frowned slightly. How dare he talk about Zhang Feng? Did he really bring up Zhang Feng's matter? Could it be that something had happened to the retired emperor? Thinking of this, how could Li Shimin still be in the mood to drink? This old subject greets your majesty, empress, and crown prince. Rise. Old Black, what are you doing here instead of protecting the retired emperor in the small tavern? Li Shimin pretended to be angry. Qing Yao Jin was instantly displeased when he heard that. Replying, Your Majesty, something big has happened. This old official knew that he did not dare to make a decision, so he hurried back without stopping. I didn't even have time to eat. Oh. Li Shimin's eyelids twitched. What is it? I don't know where that kid Zhang Feng got his hands on something called poker. You just reported this matter. Talk about something else. Chapter 425. Li Shimin was also at a loss. Although Zhang Sun and Wu Go kept talking about Zhang Feng. However, Li Shimin knew that with his father's temper, he was really capable of doing this. Moreover, he was used to being extravagant. What use would it be for him to go now? Take back the estate from Zhang Feng and his brother. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. Moreover, he wouldn't hesitate to give anything else, let alone a private estate. Compared to a villa, the favor that Zhang Feng had bestowed upon him was something that even a horse could not compare to. Don't worry, Empress. We will go now. Little Gizi, quickly prepare a sedan. As he spoke, Li Shimin followed Qing Yaojin into the darkness. Behind them, Wei Shuyu glanced at Li Shimin before disappearing into the night as well, following closely behind him. At the same time, outside the tavern, Yu Qigong was infuriated. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to skin Zhang Feng alive. This grandson not only won the estate, but also the Emperor Emeritus. You have nothing better to do, so what's the point of being angry with a brat like him? This is great. Not only did he lose the estate, but he also wrote countless promissory notes on the table. Seeing Zhang Feng pick up the promissory notes and kiss them from time to time drove Yu Qigong crazy. He simply stopped looking. He squatted at the door, his chest heaving up and down in anger. Grandson, you're a freaking grandson. You son of a bitch. As Yu Qigong cursed, a Jinmu guard disguised as a commoner ran over from afar. Report. His Majesty is here. The guard whispered into Yu Qigong's ear. In the next moment, Yu Qigong hurriedly got up and went to greet the Emperor as if he had met his pillar of support. Yu Qigong exploded at the sight of Li Shimin. Li Shimin was speechless as he waved his hand. All right, I know about this matter. You can leave first. As he spoke, the dignified expression on Li Shimin's face vanished completely. When he looked at the small tavern's leaky door, his entire aura suddenly became ordinary. Brother Zhang Feng, it's already so late, what are you still doing here? As soon as they entered, Li Shimin stopped them with one foot on the bench and one hand raised high. He even shouted that Zhang Feng had one. Zhang Feng was interrupted. He waved his hand and said, Lao Li, wait a moment. We'll talk about it after I win this round. Old man, look carefully. This is the ninth song in your hand. You lost. Li Yuan saw that Li Shimin had come. He instantly became flustered and exasperated. This round doesn't count. Old man can't see clearly. Isn't the one you're holding a 3? Are you trying to bully this old man? Hey. Fine. Zhang Feng admitted defeat. His son was already here. If this round doesn't count, then so be it. Anyway, he had already won a lot. He didn't lack these 10 taels of silver. Seeing the two of them stop, Li Shimin stepped forward and bowed to Li Yuan. Father, it's already late. Shall we go back? No. Old man won't go back. This small tavern is very comfortable. Moreover, old man believes that he has already grasped the essence of this poker game. In 3 days' time, no matter how this kid won, he will have to return everything to old man. Moreover, old man still has to win his crotch cloth. Li Shimin's eyes widened when he heard this. What do you want his crotch cloth for? What for? You ask this grandson about the good things he did. Li Yuan glared at Zhang Feng when he heard this. Zhang Feng also couldn't take it anymore. Old man, we have to speak with conscience. Let's talk about this first. Kid, I won against you based on my ability. Moreover, how can this thing go wrong? You lost. Are you still going to act shamelessly? Li Shimin's head hurt when he heard this. It was obvious that the two of them were drunk. He hurriedly comforted them. All right. Both of you speak less. As he spoke, he kept winking at Zhang Feng. Father, don't worry about this lost thing. I'll get it back for you, okay? Not good. Li Yuan opened his clothes and fanned himself with all his might. He looked at Zhang Feng and gnashed his teeth. This kid is not honest. He doesn't know how to respect his elders at all. He clearly knows that it's the old man's first time playing this thing. He still plays so big with old man father. You go back first. Go back to the sedan chair first. How about I teach him a lesson for you later? I'm not going back. What's so good about home? Apart from the house being a little bigger, apart from those guys being yes men, old man is really tired of living here. This place is great. This kid is a shrewd person. Old man has to live here and keep an eye on him, lest he goes out to harm people. Zhang Feng couldn't take it anymore. Why did this old guy pester him endlessly just because his son came? However, although this guy was a little difficult to deal with after getting drunk, and even made him so angry that he wanted to hit him, Zhang Feng was also attracted by Li Yuan's erudition. In these 2 days, whether it was from the military, politics, or the situation of the surrounding countries, he could talk to Zhang Feng about it. This mother asterisk Kerr was not like a businessman at all. Brother Zhang Feng, can you talk less? Lao Li, I beg you. Chapter 426. This, old hey, MIF asterisk king dreaming. Is this still the emperor? The retired emperor. Yu Qigong's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Would the retired emperor argue with him for so long just for a villa? Moreover, he was just a kid from the marketplace. Was this necessary? And wasn't the emperor here as well? Why did he use the word beg? Was Lao Tzu drunk? Or what? Qing Yaojin patted Yu Qigong's shoulder. Big fool, let's not get involved in this matter. If you let go of your bad temper and your rules, you'll find that you'll be the same as the retired emperor, and even the crown prince. This is something that no one can imagine. Although you can see that they're red in the face now and can't wait to kill each other, I'll bet you that tomorrow morning, these three will definitely put their arms around each other's shoulders. Do you believe it? Yu Qigong was completely confused. What was going on? Even Qing Yaojin was like this now. He couldn't help but wave at Wei Shuyu and say, Wei boy, come here. Okay. Wei Shuyu shrunk his neck and appeared in front of Yu Qigong with a smile on his face. It wasn't that he wanted to, but that he didn't dare to. If he made Yu Qigong unhappy in the slightest, this guy would beat him up regardless of the occasion. He didn't want to lose face in front of Zhang Feng. Boy, let me ask you, what's going on? You've been with the emperor for so long, what's going on? That's it. Wei Shuyu glanced at the small tavern. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger that made his heart palpitate. He hurriedly said, Uncle Yuchi, don't worry about this matter. Just do your job well. I'll tell you a secret. While talking, Wei Shuyu looked around and then said, the emperor, the duke, and the crown prince all call Zhang Feng brothers. You should understand this, right? Calling each other brothers, Yu Qigong's expression froze. He couldn't help but be shocked. To be able to make the emperor and those dukes call him brother, who exactly was he? Yu Qigong's expression couldn't help but change. No wonder Qing Yaojin was always so secretive when he spoke, and the retired emperor was also so strange today. No wonder, no wonder. Maldiv asterisk Kerr, are you saying that the crown prince, you, and those other brats are brothers with this Zhang Feng brat? And Hook, Chu Mo, and Chong Zi? Could it be that the commotion in Swallow Descent Tower was caused by them? Yu Qigong suddenly thought of something and asked. Wei Shuyu nodded with a look of longing. Being a servant by the emperor's side, everything was good, but he couldn't be as carefree as those bastards. No, he had to find a time to let Qingqian talk about it. At the very least, he had to move to another place. Otherwise, the assassination that Brother Zhang Feng talked about before would have no meaning at all. But Du Dabing and Qingqian had obtained some division table, acting pretentious in front of him all day long. He couldn't help but be anxious. But now it seemed that he had to wait until this matter was over. And at this time, in the small tavern, Li Yuan and Zhang Feng quarreled for a while in a fit of pique. After losing, he rushed into the room that Zhang Feng spoke of with a murderous look on his face. Finally, he said something. Today, I'll leave my words here. No matter who comes, it won't work. I'm not leaving. I see that the house next to this brat is not bad. Tomorrow, find someone to renovate it for me. I'm going to stay here. I'm not going back. Hearing this, everyone's face changed in fright. But Li Yuan didn't give anyone a chance to speak. He closed the door with a bang. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Brother Zhang Feng, my father's temper is a bit like that. I hope you can be more tolerant. Li Shimin rubbed his hands and said as he sat in the seat that Li Yuan had just sat in. Zhang Feng waved his hand. He pushed the IOU on the table in front of Li Shimin and said, "It's okay. Aren't we brothers? I also know that there is a gap between you and the old man. But you have to remember that the old man is getting older, but his temperament is getting more and more like a child. The old man doesn't lack anything now. The only thing he lacks is to be valued and paid attention to. To put it bluntly, he's lonely. So don't look at how he quarreled with me. You also saw that he's still here." "Why? Why?" Li Shimin's face was solemn. "Because he's lonely. I don't know what's wrong with you, Lao Li. You're obviously under the same roof. Why are you so busy? It's reasonable to say that now is the time to enjoy life with children and grandchildren around your knees. Why do you let your father do this at home?" What Zhang Feng said made Li Shimin feel a burst of guilt. But what could he say? He couldn't say anything. "Brother Zhang Feng, I also have my difficulties. The old man has indeed done a lot for the family these years. I also want to be filial. But you also know that I just untied the knot in my heart with him. So I can't disobey him. So, I didn't come here today for that villa. If you want it, I can give you 10 or even 100 villas. But the point is, if you don't go back, you'll make a big deal out of it. So, Brother Zhang Feng, you have to think of a way for me to let the old man go back with me." At this time, what should he do? What should he use? Li Shimin couldn't help but look at the words on the wall. After a while, Li Shimin's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. He slammed the table and said, "Okay, I can do this tonight. Are you sure you can persuade the old man to go home?" "As long as you can do this, the old man will definitely go home. Last night, the old man treated my place like a hotel. He slept naked in the lobby. If someone woke up early to see this, they would think that I was doing something. He even made a pink canopy. What kind of scandal is this? You can take it, but I can't. Okay, wait here. I'll go find the old man now." As he spoke, Zhang Feng got up and went into the bedroom. Li Shimin collected all the cards on the table. He waved his hand and Wei Shuyu hurriedly appeared. "Now, go to the Ministry of Works immediately. Remember what Zhang Feng said just now, right? According to what Zhang Feng said, before dawn tomorrow, I want to see this thing in front of the bed. If I can't see it, let the people from the Ministry of Works receive 50 floggings, including you." "Yes." Wei Shuyu hurriedly took the cards and hurried away. How could he not run faster? It was 50 floggings. If he were to be flogged like this, not to mention walking, he would probably have to give up his descendants. But if those people from the Ministry of Works knew, wouldn't they be envious? Would those old foxes from the Ministry of Works be able to endure 50 floggings? That would be a strange thing. He estimated that after 30 floggings, everyone would have to return to heaven. Wei Shuyu had just left when Zhang Feng and Li Yuan walked out of the bedroom with a chuckle. Are you sure that I can see that new type of poker tomorrow morning? This was what Li Yuan said to Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded. Father, don't worry. This time, I guarantee that this thing will be better than the one made by brother Zhang Feng. Tomorrow, I just happen to want to ask you how to play this poker. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. You're thinking the same thing as old man. We father and son haven't played together for a long time. Go, 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 let's go back. Tomorrow morning, old man will teach you how to play this thing. Let me tell you, this thing is very interesting. Although this thing is a child's toy, it requires a lot of brain power. Calculating the opponent's cards, there are many paths in this. Old man also hasn't taught you how to play for a long time. Just right, tomorrow, call your daughter-in-law, call Qian, our family of 4 can sit at the same table. While talking, the two of them walked out of the tavern with their arms around each other's shoulders. But Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Hey, Lao Li, don't go yet. That blockhead broke Lao Tzu's door. You have to let him fix it for me tonight. Chapter 428. In the end, Li Yuan left. But all of a sudden, the palace became lively. In less than a night's time, more than 100 people from the Ministry of Works were all mobilized. Under the red-eyed Wei Shuyu's supervision, they used the method of painting and framing to make 3 new sets of cards in 6 hours. One set was naturally put into Wei Shuyu's pocket. The other 2 were exquisitely made and even smeared with gold powder to make the back of the cards bright and clean. Naturally, they were given to the emperor and the retired emperor. Li Yuan did not return to his palace. Instead, he stayed in Taiji Palace. The next morning, Li Yuan got up early. As soon as he got up, he saw Wei Shuyu squatting at the door and dozing off. Li Yuan kicked Wei Shuyu over, only then did he wake him up. Wei boy, you're from Wei Zhang's family, right? Wei Shuyu greets the retired emperor. How could Wei Shuyu dare to be rash? Moreover, it was in front of the unpredictable retired emperor. He answered Li Yuan's question in full detail. Li Yuan drank the bone-strengthening powder while enjoying the palace maid serving him to change clothes and wash up. Then he asked, "Is the poker done?" Answering the retired emperor, "It's done." As he spoke, he respectfully handed over the most exquisite and majestic set of cards to Li Yuan with both hands. Li Yuan looked at the cards and his eyes lit up. This thing can also be made like this. If it were not for the fact that it did not look like it was made of gold, he would almost think it was made of gold. Who made this? Answering the retired emperor, this was made by the emperor and the people from the Ministry of Works after staying up all night. They made a total of 2 sets. This set of yours is the only one in the world. Good. Ha ha ha, the emperor is considerate. You're also not bad. Come, reward. But he forgot that this was not his palace, but Li Shimin's Taiji Palace. Seeing that the palace maids were a little confused, he remembered. He fumbled around his body and took out a banknote and handed it to Wei Shuyu. Let's go and see the emperor. Li Yuan did not wait for the palace maids to tie up his hair crown. He hurriedly followed Wei Shuyu out the door. He could not wait. He suffered a loss at Zhang Feng's place. At this time, could he not recover the loss from the emperor's family? He would not take this loss lying down. When Li Yuan came to Li Shimin's study, he saw that the living room in front of Li Shimin's bedroom in Taiji Palace was filled with a table of delicacies. But as soon as Li Yuan saw the things on the table, instantly, he felt like vomiting. After eating Zhang Feng's cooking for 2 days, he really couldn't get used to the food in the palace. Your son, daughter-in-law, and grandson welcome retired emperor. Get up. I'm not eating. I don't have an appetite. Besides, you've been with that kid for so long. Why don't you bring a chef with you to learn cooking from him? Can you even swallow these things after eating them all day long? This, Li Shimin's face stiffened. He really hadn't thought of this before. But now that he mentioned it, he really couldn't eat the previous delicacies on the table. Father, you're right. Next time, your son will talk to brother Zhang Feng about this matter. At least give father a chef. That's fine. Come. Our family hasn't been together for a long time. Let's play together with this kid's poker cards. While talking, the 4 people entered the pavilion in the middle of the lake, which was already filled with aromatherapy and palace singers faintly playing music in the lake. In the morning, it wasn't hot. It was a little cool in the gentle breeze. The 4 people sat separately. Li Yuan couldn't wait to explain the rules to the 3 people. Li Qingqian had already gone to find Zhang Feng last night to ask about the card skills. Li Shimin had also basically mastered the card skills last night with Empress Zhangsun and Qing Yaojin's guidance. Looking at the poker cards on the table, although they were gilded, they obviously couldn't be compared with his high-end and classy cards. The smile on Li Yuan's face became even more brilliant. This card, no, use mine. You, Wei kid, take my card. Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Feng, this kid, was really worrisome. He had tricked them all. As expected. After losing 3 rounds of cards, Li Shimin couldn't take it anymore. He was also anxious. He also took out his real skills. Sure enough, once Li Shimin was serious, Li Yuan really couldn't win so easily. But basically, he wouldn't win every round. It was just a matter of time and the danger in it. Just like that. The 4 people played from 7 to 5 and still didn't have the intention to get up. However, Empress Zhangsun couldn't sit for a long time. She could only summon Qing Yaojin and Wei Zheng and others to play. And Li Yuan was like a local rich man. On the ground behind him, there were already piles of gold bars. They played from 5 to 5 and still didn't have the intention to stop. After eating and pausing for a while, they basically solved all the problems in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The gong sounded at midnight. Zhang Sun looked at the shouts in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, as well as the shouts and curses. She couldn't help but shake her head in distress. Alas, these days. Chapter 429. After Li Yuan returned to the palace, the entire harem was in a mess. A kind of poker game instantly became popular in the palace. In the Ministry of Agriculture. At this time, Fang Xuanling's face was full of worry. Although the patient had passed and the results were very remarkable, he still needed to eat after all. The grain farmers of the Tang Dynasty were basically wiped out in this locust plague. The wheat and corn in the fields were piled up in piles, and even some of them were sticking out. These things were originally fine grains, but now they had become things that even cows and horses despised. So far this year, it was a harvest season, but the statistics of the Ministry of Agriculture made Fang Xianling tremble all over. The total harvest of Long Yu was 0. What did this mean? In Jiannan Province, the western part of Hunan Province, and other places, as long as the farmers close to Tubo went there, they had no harvest at all. This horrible thing made Fang Xianling panic in an instant. And it was something that they didn't dare to announce to the public. Once this matter was announced, it would definitely put the Tang dynasty in a crisis in a short time, not to mention that there were 3 fierce tigers around the Tang dynasty eyeing covetously. In the West Inner Court where the Ministry of Works was located, all the ministers looked at the documents in their hands and were a little scared. Lord Fang, should we report this matter to the Emperor now? We can't suppress this matter even if we want to. Although the Great Tang's grain reserves are enough to ensure that the Great Tang doesn't fall into starvation this year and even have a surplus, and if we transfer the grain from the south to the north and the west, and the 5 million dan of grain reserves that the various provinces and prefectures have, we should be able to last until next year's harvest, but in this way, we have to reduce the grain exports as much as possible. Fang Xianling stroked his beard and asked with a frown, how much should we reduce it to? Half. Now, the key to maintaining the relationship and carrying out the family extinction plan was grain. At that time, if the grain exports were reduced by half in an instant, the surrounding countries would instantly notice something. What should he do? The Turks' plan had only just begun, and they had yet to start exchanging warhorses for food. If they were to do this, these people would immediately notice. Go. Follow me to the grain fields outside Chang'an City to see the specific situation. In the end, Fang Xianling decided to personally go to the fields to take a look. At the very least, he would go to Mount Longzhou to take a look at the imperial plantation's grain. Lord Fang, there's no need for you to go. We've already received about 300 kilograms of wheat collected from the surrounding areas. Where? It's in the backyard. They hurried to the backyard. Suddenly, the smell of malt floating in the air, as well as a unique sour smell after fermentation, filled their noses. The baskets of wheat were so dry that they looked like the mouths of old women. Furthermore, the wheat grains that had not yet fully matured were actually sprouting yellow and tender sprouts. Could this be eaten? With trembling hands, Fang Xianling picked out a few wheat ears with less malt and peeled them. The wheat grains that were not saturated were now yellow and moldy. When he put them in his mouth, the sour taste made Fang Xianling retch uncontrollably. How could he eat this? No wonder he didn't even eat chickens, ducks, cows, and horses. How could he eat this? This was a good grain, but those damn grasshoppers. It was all ruined. Even now, what was the use of earning more money? Lord Fang. What do you think we should do now? Should we report to the Emperor now? Or should we investigate this matter again? Investigate again. I want the most detailed data. I don't believe that these locusts would destroy all the crops. Yes. This matter was too serious. Now that the Emperor had finally walked out of his previous worries and his relationship with the retired Emperor had improved over the past few days, he did not want to disturb the Emperor at this juncture. Moreover, this was only the result of the preliminary investigation. If this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely cause a series of reactions. Even Zhenla, who was now establishing diplomatic relations with the Tang dynasty, would not hesitate to establish diplomatic relations with the Tang dynasty. The Guanlong group, which had just been suppressed, was bound to rise at this time, not to mention the Shandong nobles who liked to use this matter as a pretext to make a fuss. That was where the real crisis was. As for the grain, the Tang dynasty had enough to deal with everything in front of them, but only a few people knew about this matter. The Tang dynasty's grain reserves were far more than this. With 3 months of secretly stored grain, plus the grain from Tubo and Tuyuhun, even if the Tang dynasty did not plant crops for 3 years, no one would starve to death. Most importantly, the forces that had just been suppressed, as well as the 5 surnames and 7 hopes that hadn't shown themselves, were the real tigers. When all the officials of the Ministry of Agriculture were further investigating this matter, several people came to Zhang Feng's tavern again. Chapter 430. In the tavern. Zhang Feng was fiddling with his sunglasses. At this time, except for a few key parts, the sunglasses were basically finished. It was completely designed according to the presbyopic glasses of the Republic of China. But it didn't affect Zhang Feng's showing off. Lying on a recliner in the backyard, he tied the legs of his sunglasses with sheep tendons and hung them on the bridge of his nose. If he was paired with a folding fan, he would look like an elegant young master. But a stubborn one. But obviously, Zhang Feng didn't have such an awareness. He just looked at the clouds in the sky and was lost in thought. Fengzi. Are you in Fengzi? At this time. Uncle He's voice slowly sounded at the door. Yes, Uncle He. Why are you here? I haven't seen you for a few days. Where have you been? Zhang Feng curiously walked into the tavern's hall and asked old He, who had a worried look on his face. Uncle He sighed deeply and put the wheat in his hand on the table. He said dejectedly, "What else can I do? Isn't it all because of these locusts? That auntie of yours, whenever I mention her, I feel like beating someone up. She's such a wastrel. I told her to save the wheat first, but she insisted on catching grasshoppers to make money first. Great, the grasshoppers have made a lot of money, but my business, the food business, can't continue." Zhang Feng was shocked. He asked, "Uncle He, what are you talking about? The crops in the field can't do well, but the business can still go on. Why can't you do it? If you have any difficulties or are short of money, just tell me. I can still take out 1,000,000 or 80,000 yuan. No. It's not like that." Uncle He sighed and pointed at the wheat on the table. There was a plague of locusts this year. Look at this. Can it be used? This thing doesn't even eat pigs now. Originally, I thought that I would be able to have a full new year by renting 3 mu of land. Now, it seems that I can't even pay the rent. How can I have money to do business? As soon as old He said that, Zhang Feng really felt a little awkward. He picked up a few stalks of wheat that were full of buds, looked at them carefully, and sniffed them. Then, he peeled a grain and threw it into his mouth. This thing really couldn't be eaten. Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown. You don't have to worry about the locust plague. Everything is like this now. When the time comes, the emperor will definitely announce something. You don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, old He didn't feel happy. Instead, he became even more worried. You don't know, do you? Right now, the emperor was worried about this matter. I'm not the only one with this. If it were my family, then I wouldn't have anything to say. It's because I'm incapable. But the entire Longyu, and even the entire Chang'an area, are all like this. What do you think? When the time comes, will His Majesty be able to handle it? Now the emperor has already made a lot of money because of this bone-strengthening powder. I guess he has already forgotten about it. Hey! Zhang Feng patted old He's shoulder. Old He, this thing is not useless. How about this, you go back and pluck all the wheat stalks in this field for me. Give me the wheat grains. I'll buy as much as you originally sold it. How about that? But this is something that only you can know. When the time comes, once my experiment is successful, then what you have and what the neighbors have won't be enough for me to buy. I reckon that when the time comes, the price of the wheat will definitely be higher than it is now. As he spoke, Zhang Feng lowered his voice and said, I'll tell you, but you mustn't tell anyone else. When old He heard this, he looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and said, Tell me about it. When the time comes, the price of this thing might even double. What? What's the use of this thing? It's already in this state. Even pigs won't eat it. What are you going to do with it? If you really want to benefit us, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. I, Old He, am a straightforward person. If you really want to do this, let alone me, no one in the neighborhood will be willing to do it. When the time comes, if anyone dares to sell this rotten thing to you, their ancestral graves will be dug up. Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. No, Old He, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that I really have a use for this thing. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would do something unreliable? Yes. Old He nodded without hesitation. Zhang Feng felt a headache coming on. He didn't want to argue with him and said directly, I'll tell you clearly. Come, let's drink a mouthful of wine first. Zhang Feng poured a bowl of wine for Old He and drank a mouthful. Then he said, Old He, how is this wine? It's unique. It can be said that other than here, you can't drink it anywhere else. But what does this have to do with the wheat stalks? What does it have to do with? It has a lot to do with it. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. This wine is made from grain. You know that. And the most important thing is wheat. Now you understand something, right? Chapter 431. If Old He still didn't understand, then there was really something wrong with his brain. However, he still knew a little about brewing wine. After all, every time Zhang Feng finished brewing wine, the leftover wine grains would be given to him to feed the mules. When he had nothing to do, he would come to Zhang Feng's place to help Zhang Feng wash the wheat used for brewing wine. However, the wheat was good wheat. How could these rotten things be used for it? Moreover, this thing was rotten to this extent. What else could be done? No. Feng Zi, when you were brewing wine, your aunt and I also came to help. Although I don't know much about brewing wine, I still know about grain. Now that the wheat is rotten, what are you going to do with it? This thing, I don't dare to take it out. If I do, I'll be doing something against my conscience. We commoners don't dare to do such a thing. That'll be a death sentence. Zhang Feng was speechless. The cowardice in Old He's bones made him timid. He didn't know that this thing was naturally fermented malt. Although it was indeed not good for making white wine, he wasn't thinking about making white wine now. He was thinking about something more economical than white wine. Beer. Now that this thing was eaten by the locusts, it didn't affect the brewing of beer. Thinking about it carefully, if all the wheat in the Guangzhou plain was harvested, how much beer could be brewed? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng couldn't help but get excited. In this summer, if he had a can of beer and a few good wine kebabs, how pleasant would that be? All of this, he thought it was a dream before, but now it seemed that all of this was no longer a dream. The day had arrived. Old He. You don't know anything about brewing wine, but what I can tell you is that in your hands, this thing is indeed useless. But in my hands, I can definitely turn it into a treasure in an instant. Moreover, I can brew a wine that is even better than Baijiu. Feng Zi, don't comfort me. I've already thought about it. I have a way to deal with this matter. Don't comfort me, okay? The wheat was already in this state, how could it be brewed? He seriously suspected that Zhang Feng really wanted to help him. However, this was not a small problem. This was something that all the people in Chang'an, as well as those outside the city, were experiencing. No one cared if the wheat was spoiled, but once people knew that this place was accepting such things, who wouldn't go crazy? What would he do then? Where would he find the money to buy so many things? And even if he did buy it, where would he put it? Zhang Feng was definitely drunk. Old He shook his head and was about to leave. Zhang Feng did not stop Old He. After all, everything he said now was meaningless. Old He, I'm serious. Give me a stone of your wheat. Then you'll know whether what I, Zhang Feng, said is true or not. Okay, I'll go back and do it. I'll send you 1 stone. As they spoke, Giggle and Sigh left. However, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of a plan. This thing must be obtained, and once it was done, it would be a heaven-sent opportunity. This was also an opportunity. Once the beer and barbecue business was settled, it wouldn't just be a matter of getting rich, Zhang Feng thought very clearly. He didn't know what was wrong with this broken system, but it didn't show any signs of activation. He didn't know if the activation method was wrong, but he didn't want to sit around and wait for death. If he continued to do things here, he wouldn't be able to make a fortune. Although Lao Li and the others were acting as agents, how could it be more practical than doing it himself? Looking at his slightly fat body, Zhang Feng was speechless. His standard Apollo's belt was faintly showing signs of disappearing. Zhang Feng understood what was going on. He had been lying in this small pub all day, waiting to die. It would be strange if he didn't get fat. No. Even if I don't have this broken system, I still have my F*King brain. Just a brain. Suddenly, Zhang Feng thought of something incredible. Is it Lao Tzu's brain a system? Damn, why did I only understand now? Even if I don't have the system as a cheat, I'm still a cheat. Once he thought it through, Zhang Feng became excited. In an instant, the memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind. These were all things that could allow him to settle down in this era. He was too careful before. He was too careful. He always thought that someone wanted to harm him, but now that he thought about it, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. This was Chang'an City, right under the feet of the emperor. Who would be so bored as to come here to kill him? He didn't steal or rob, so how could someone want to harm him? What was he doing? He was leading people to become well off in all aspects. Who would dare to go against money? Unless that person was an idiot. Otherwise, no one would do this, including those people from the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, and the people from Guanlong. As for the Shandong nobles, Zhang Feng didn't care about them at all. This was Great Tang's biggest F*King idiot. Chapter 432. The afternoon sun always made people sleepy. Early in the morning, Zhang Feng was thinking about the future. As he thought about it, he fell asleep. In the afternoon, all the muscles and bones in his body were creaking uncomfortably. Guzi, Zhuzi, old he, Zhuzi's father, and even the old Shucai had gone somewhere to enjoy the cool air. Zhang Feng had to put his hands behind his back and walk slowly in Chang'an City. Locusts had become a rare item and could even be seen everywhere on the streets of Chang'an. There were still people walking around with a group of chickens and ducks as if they were patrolling. Once the chickens and ducks stopped and pecked at the ground, they would immediately pounce on them to see if they were locusts. Then, they would walk slowly on the streets again. However, these people chose the most difficult path to walk. They just wanted to catch more locusts. From Huitongfang to the East Market, it was basically like this all the way. The East Market had also changed from its former dejected and depressed state. Sounds of hawking could be heard everywhere, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were very excited. The pork stall had already put up a sign saying that it was sold out. From time to time, the loud cries of pigs and the angry shouts of pigs being slaughtered could be heard from the backyard. There were more barbarian merchants on the streets and even barbarian prostitutes performing on the street. At this time, all the people in Chang'an were rich and happy. The tips were more than twice as much as usual. This made the merchants squatting behind the barbarian prostitutes laugh so hard that their eyes could not be seen. Their saliva was all over the copper coins. Zhang Feng no longer had the desire to touch copper coins after seeing this. Damn it, this is how the rust on the copper coins came about. It would be weird if it didn't get rusty. Zhang Feng did not stop walking when he passed by the East Market. He greeted the people he knew along the way and then slowly walked out of the Chunming Gate. He still had not left the city for some days. He did not see any barbarian merchant selling rubber in the East Market anymore. He guessed that rubber was extremely rare and the price was not high. It was far less expensive than the current popular products. Naturally, there was no one for sale. Zhang Feng could not help but sigh again. It seemed that the plans for the tricycle and the bicycle would have to be delayed again. Outside the Chunming Gate, the outside of Chang, and was even more bustling than the inside of the city. The commoners were all sticking their butts out, ignoring the scorching sun in the sky. They were all holding small rakes and digging in the ground. There was also a small jar tied to their backs. It was obvious what this group of people was doing. Now that the crops were suffering from poor harvests, it was better to catch as many locusts as possible. Every bit of profit counted. Otherwise, they might not even have the means to earn money when the time came. Feng Zi. What are you doing here? At this moment, someone asked as he looked at Zhang Feng, who was looking at the wilderness at the city gate. Zhang Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw that old Feng had come out from a clump of withered grass. Instantly, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. Yo! Old son, are you also running a side business? Why are you squatting here? Feng Xianling wiped the sweat and weeds on his forehead and sighed. How can I be in the mood to run a side business? Look, those damn grasshoppers have destroyed all the crops. So, I'm here to see what the crops are like. While speaking, Feng Xianling sat down beside Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also sat down. I say, old Feng, what exactly did you plant? Do you have a lot of land? Aren't you planting medicinal herbs? Do you even eat grasshoppers? Feng Xianling glanced at Zhang Feng. Can't those who plant medicinal herbs and do business have dozens of acres of land? Nowadays, if you don't have your own land, what do you eat? What do you drink? Do you think everyone is like you, who can eat their fill and not starve? Feng Xianling glanced at Zhang Feng and sighed deeply. Lao Li doesn't know about this yet, so I'm here to see if it was my people who destroyed the crops, or if it was all the same. Damn it, it's all gone. While speaking, Feng Xuanling's face was full of bitterness. Although this meant that the great Tang had enough food for the time being, this fellow at his side had once said that there would be an even larger plague of locusts next year. What should he do at that time? Fengzi, what do you think we should do? We have at least 100 mu of fertile land for growing grain. If they find out about this, I don't know what will happen. Just because of this. Why are you so anxious? Hearing this, Feng Xianling pointed outside the city angrily and shouted at Zhang Feng, his beard trembling. This is what you mean by trivial. Look, the grain is gone. What do you think we should do? Sew up our mouths. Or eat the wind and drink farts. Don't be so agitated. Let's go. I have a big deal to make a fortune. Zhang Feng saw Feng Xianling get anxious for the first time. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and pull Feng Xianling away. However, Feng Xianling was so worried that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. How could he have the time to mess around with Zhang Feng? I'm not going. If I tell you that I can turn all of these useless wheat into treasures like locusts, will you go? To be able to be so anxious right now, it means that you've definitely encountered an enormous difficulty. However, don't panic when you encounter something. Let's take it slow. How can I not panic? Fang Xianling sighed. Although Zhang Feng inadvertently told him the relationship between these people and even flattered him, it was really useless for him now. Now, not only did he have to solve this problem, but he also had to solve it before the emperor knew about it. Fang Xianling couldn't help but ask again, "Brother Zhang Feng, are you really sure about this matter? I have asked many winemakers about this, and there is no lack of top winemakers among them. However, even Lord Zhangsun thinks that this matter can't be solved. Don't joke about this matter." "What the? You think I'm joking? You actually said that I, Zhang Feng, am joking?" Zhang Feng pointed at his own nose and said in disbelief, "When have I, Zhang Feng, ever joked? Let me tell you, this thing can not only make wine, but it can also make good wine. Believe it or not, once this thing is brewed, I can guarantee that it will be popular throughout the Tang Dynasty, and even the whole world. Not only that, I am not going to cooperate with you this time. Lao Tzu will do it himself. Let's see what you can do." Zhang Feng was also angry. How dare he question Lao Tzu? How could he tolerate this? "Old Fang, I don't know if you are trying to provoke me or what, but I definitely won't joke about this matter with you. You have to know that I, Zhang Feng, am a man of my word. If you give this malt to someone else, it can really be considered a waste, even if they have superb winemaking skills. However, if you give it to me, it's different. Let's use this wine with the lowest alcohol content as an example. The thing I'm going to make now will definitely have a much lower alcohol content than the current wine. Moreover, this thing is not only low in alcohol content. You still remember the barbecue, right? If it is paired with barbecue, it will be awesome. Especially in this hot summer, when the crops are destroyed and the people's wallets are full. This thing will be another industry to pay attention to and stimulate the economy. Believe it or not, as long as my first winemaking experiment is successful, even a child or a woman who can't drink will like this thing." "This. Is there really such a wine?" Fang Xianling was shocked and hurriedly asked. "Before me, there definitely wasn't such a thing. However, when I, Zhang Feng, am here, this thing is a must." "What wine is this?" "Fermented glutinous rice." Motherf **, would I make fermented glutinous rice for you? You are insulting me. I am talking about beer. Beer. Beer that can stimulate the appetite and strengthen the spleen. Chapter 434. Fang Xianling left. This time, he was not worried, but excited. Because of this matter, he did not have a good sleep for 3 days. But now, this matter was no longer a troublesome matter, but a great thing. How could this not make Fang Xianling excited? The last time he ate barbecue at Zhang Feng's place, the taste was still fresh in his memory. That taste was really amazing. Now the Tang dynasty did not lack cattle, sheep, and pigs. In fact, there were too many of them. Now the imperial court also ordered the price to be lowered because of this matter. Although cattle and horses were still not allowed to enter the dining table, the number of pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks suddenly made people who could not afford meat before able to eat a meal every few days. What did this mean? This meant that the overall level of consumption in the Tang dynasty had increased. Once the problem of the banker was solved, would the people panic? Not only that, when the time came, this thing looked at Zhang Feng now and was definitely going to make a big move. Once he made a move, he would definitely be a hands-off shopkeeper in less than 3 days. He still knew Zhang Feng's temperament. This person could not be provoked. Once he was provoked, he could do anything. When Fang Xianling entered Taiji Palace with a heavy heart, Li Shimin had just walked down from the card table with a frown. It seemed that he had lost everything. At the mahjong table, Li Yuan stepped on the chair with one foot and shouted with both hands, Fang Xianling, come, play with me. This old official greets the retired emperor, greets the emperor, the empress, and His Highness the Crown Prince. Rise. You came here for something. Li Shimin glanced at the side hall and asked. Following Li Shimin, Fang Xianling said, Your Majesty, something did happen, but this matter can be said to be a disaster, but it can also be said to be a blessing. Oh. What's the matter? Li Shimin sat on the soft couch and took a sip of herbal tea. It's like this. Even though the plague of locusts has passed and the people have made a fortune, it has also caused the people to panic even more. Li Shimin frowned when he heard that. Isn't this enough to make money? What happened to the commoners? Not a single harvest. Longyu, Jiannan Circuit, and other places were plagued by locust infestations. Furthermore, the locust infestation was so severe that not a single grain could be harvested. Especially near our Chang'an city, all the wheat could be harvested in at most a month, but the locusts have bitten off the stalks of the wheat, and the wheat ears have sprouted in the ground, so they can't be used anymore. He doesn't even eat a bite of pig's gizzard. Li Shimin was shocked when he heard this. Who else knows about this? Currently, only the Ministry of Works and you know about it, but it's impossible to hide this matter. Li Shimin couldn't help feeling a little panicked. Although the Tang dynasty was still considered rich and had some surplus of various kinds of food, it wouldn't be a problem to get through this year. However, if someone wanted to do something about it, it would definitely make the people of the Tang dynasty panic. Even Tubo and other countries that had just stabilized the Tang dynasty's belt would jump up again. This was really troublesome. Li Shimin's face suddenly turned cold. However, when he thought of the meaning in Fang Xuanling's words and his calm expression, Li Shimin asked calmly, then, what's the other thing? He knew Fang Xianling well. If he wasn't sure, he would never test him or report to him without making a decision. The fact that he could come here meant that this matter was almost settled. Fang Xianling heard this and said, the good thing is that when I went to inspect outside the city today, I met Brother Zhang Feng. He has a way to deal with this thing that even pigs don't eat. And because of this, he wants to come out personally and develop this matter into an industrial chain. Li Shimin was instantly amused when he heard this. Oh. Tell me about it. The wheat is spoiled. What can he do with it? Make wine. I've asked all the winemakers in the palace and Chang'an city. This sprouted wheat can't be used to make wine. Once it's used to make wine, it will basically become poisonous wine. However, today, I provoked Brother Zhang Feng a little and he actually said that this thing can be used to make wine. Moreover, it's the kind of wine that even women who don't drink wine will drink non-stop. Li Shimin was completely shocked. Although he didn't know what the wheat was like outside, if Fang Xianling said that it was extremely serious, it meant that all of it was like this now. And he didn't even need to think about it. After being messed with by grasshoppers, how much good food could there be? Li Shimin was already prepared to have no harvest this year. But now, Fang Xianling actually told him that Zhang Feng actually had a way to turn this thing into a treasure again. How could he dare to believe it? Back at the pub, Zhang Feng cleaned the steamer and other things. Only then did he vaguely hear the sounds of Guzi and the others playing on the street. After throwing the things away, Zhang Feng ran to the door and shouted, Guzi, you guys come over here. The few of them were chasing and snatching something. But when they heard Zhang Feng shouting, they were like cats that saw a mouse. They came over with their tails between their legs. Brother lunatic. All right. Let me ask you. Why haven't you guys come over these few days? Have you grown up or something? No, there was a disaster at home recently. We were catching grasshoppers. Look, we just caught them and sold them for 10 copper coins. But there were 7 of us, so we couldn't split them. That's why we quarreled. As he spoke, Guzzi lifted the front of his shirt, revealing 10 copper coins. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Stop quarreling. Come and help Lao Tzu. 20 copper coins per person." Really? Hearing this, Zhu Zi's eyes turned into the size of copper coins. Zhang Feng was so angry that he kicked him. When did Lao Tzu go back on his words? Get in here. The few of them jumped into the pub as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They swallowed their saliva as they smelled the fragrance of the wine and braised meat. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was furious. Don't think about it. Do this job well. There's enough meat. Do you want to drink this wine? Yes. The few of them nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. If you want to drink, go to your father. As long as your father doesn't break your legs, you can come again. Guzzi heard this and said excitedly, Brother Feng, I don't have a father. Can I drink now? Get lost. Zhang Feng was defeated. He ordered the few of them to pour the baskets of malt into the steamer. Then, he lit the fire and started to boil it. This thing didn't have any smell now. It was still black. But once it was in the steamer, the smell of the wine really came out. The few of them smelled the wine and became dizzy as if they were drunk. Zhang Feng took a bamboo stick and tested it on the steam release hole of the steamer. When the temperature was about right and the aroma of the wine was almost there, he asked Guzzi and the others to turn off the fire. Then, he poured the wine into the steam release hole and blocked it. Then, he lit up the second pot. At this time, the smell of the wine slowly spread out when the sky was just turning dark. All the people of Chang and who had returned home were shocked when they smelled the wine in the air. What is Fengzi up to now? What kind of fermented rice is this? We old fellows risked our lives to make them for you. If you don't say something, then we might have to go to the government office today. Hey, Cripple Wang, don't be so agitated. Listen to me first. Seeing that the crowd was agitated, Zhang Feng pressed his hand and said, Actually, I really need these things urgently today. How about this, before noon, as long as you can clean the water in these bamboo tubes for me, and the bamboo tubes that do not have a trace of moisture, I will not deduct a single coin. And I will also order the next batch of bamboo tubes from you. What do you think? That's it. Cripple Wang and the others deeply breathed a sigh of relief. They originally thought that it was a big deal, but it turned out that the bamboo tubes had water in them. This was not a big deal. Everyone patted their chest and said, Little brother, just wait. Before noon, we guarantee that all 537 bamboo tubes will be sent to you. As they spoke, the 50-plus people pulled the carts and hurriedly left. It seemed that they were going to the lime factory outside the city. Zhang Feng did not care about this. Seeing that the crowd had left, he went back to his room and went back to sleep. And at this moment, in the imperial study of Taiji Palace, Li Shimin, who had just walked out of the court meeting, did not even have time to take a sip of hot tea before he was stopped by Wei Zhang and the others at the door of the imperial study. What's the matter? Li Shimin asked as soon as he entered the imperial study. Your Majesty, this is the income of the bone-strengthening powder in the past half a month. Please take a look. As he spoke, Wei Zhang, who was originally upright and plain-spoken, flashed a touch of unconcealable excitement on his face. Li Shimin looked at the excited faces of the 3 people and asked Xiao Gizi to put away the booklet. But when he saw the contents of the booklet, he was completely stunned. 30 million yuan in half a month. And only from the treasury of the Chang and Imperial Manor. Are you sure this is not fake? He had thought that this thing could make money, but he did not expect it to be so profitable. Your Majesty, this is only half a month's income. At this time, there is still a large amount of bone-strengthening powder stockpiled. I dare not make the decision to sell it without authorization. Zhang Sun Wuji cupped his fist and said. Li Shimin heard this and was deeply shocked. He said, how many locusts are stored in the country now? According to the current situation, the bone-strengthening powder cannot be maintained for a long time. How long can Jiangsuan's industry last? Your Majesty, with the current reserves, if our merchants were to go to Tubo and other countries to purchase them, perhaps this industry would be able to last for half a year or so. However, the goods from Tubo are all sprayed with poisonous pesticides. Thus, even though there are merchants from Tubo who are currently negotiating with our people, this lowly subject has never agreed. Then, what if we only need live locusts? Then we can build a branch factory in Longyu and then process it in Longyu. Or we can secretly sell the non-toxic pesticides to Tubo businessmen. Will this change for the better? Li Shimin asked. Well, Your Majesty, this matter can't be maintained for too long. I think we have to think about it in the long run and reduce the sales. For example, we can change to the previous method of storing locusts in small porcelain bottles and sell them in limited quantities until this time next year. However, we have thought of an even better idea. Chapter 438. Zhang Feng casually dismissed the onlookers. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He was indeed afraid of being famous before, but now. It was to build momentum. Otherwise, would he be willing to give such good liquor to this group of uncouth people? It was all to promote beer. The honest people of the Tang Dynasty didn't understand such profound things. The people of this era didn't understand marketing and tricks. They only knew that every word was a nail. But Zhang Feng was different. Therefore, under Zhang Feng's persuasion, everyone hurriedly left. They didn't dare to annoy Zhang Feng here. If they annoyed this guy, they wouldn't have a share of the meat and liquor that made them drool just by smelling it. Soon, the veteran soldier took Zhang Feng's remaining money and the next batch of 1,000 bamboo tubes and hurriedly left. Someone wanted to buy a jar of beer to take away, but in the end, he was scolded by Zhang Feng until his face and neck turned red. Zhang Feng knew the pain of this group of people. This wine was not something that ordinary people could afford to consume. Once they were addicted to it, that jar would cost at least 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of silver was their daily expenses for a year. Where would they get the money? Therefore, Zhang Feng was unwilling to sell this kind of liquor to the public from the beginning. It wasn't something they could afford to drink at all. Brother Zhang Feng, what's wrong with you? Today, we usually drink a little of the liquor that you feel distressed about. How can you let those rough men take advantage of it? Just as Zhang Feng was squatting in the backyard and filling 10 bamboo tubes to test the beer, Li Shimin's voice sounded at the entrance of the tavern. Obviously, Li Shimin had seen what happened just now. Seeing that Li Shimin had come, Zhang Feng's face instantly lit up. Lao Li, you really came at the right time. You wait, I'll treat you to barbecue and good liquor later. And it's something you've never seen before. Beer? Yes. Okay. I'll be waiting. When Li Shimin heard this, he sat down in the tavern and waited. Not long after, Zhang Feng came out with a bowl of chopped chicken wings, drumsticks, pork, mutton, and other meats that were skewered with bamboo skewers. Come, Lao Li, help me carry the brazier in. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand. Li Shimin curiously looked at the meat in the basin and followed Zhang Feng to the kitchen. The brazier was the same as the one used to barbecue meat last time, but there was an extra rack on top, which was different from the iron plate used to barbecue meat. Li Shimin didn't ask. He just followed Zhang Feng's instructions and placed everything he could bring out on the table in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng then took out 10 bamboo tubes from the backyard and said mysteriously, Lao Li, why are you always so accurate? Li Shimin smiled in confusion. What's wrong? Every time I make something good, you're always the first to come. You say this is your good luck. Or are you good at divination? Li Shimin was speechless. So, you're saying I'm a quack? No, no, no. Come and try this mutton kebab. How does it taste? Zhang Feng chatted with Li Shimin while barbecuing the meat. Li Shimin took the mutton kebab from Zhang Feng and ate it with relish. Compared to the big chunks of meat they barbecued and ate in big mouthfuls, this was very refined. It was even more refined than those great scholars. However, Zhang Feng didn't say, and he didn't ask. Today, Zhang Feng said that he made something good, and he even made these things. Naturally, he would tell him later. This guy was just a pretentious prick. By the way, Feng, this is the harvest of bone-strengthening powder in half a month. You can take it. Oh, just put it where it is. Zhang Feng didn't care and asked Li Shimin to put it on the table. Li Shimin's mouth twitched. This was the first time he met such an attitude when he gave something to someone. If it was someone else, who would dare to do this? However, Zhang Feng didn't care. I say, can you take a look at the amount first? Don't you want me to see your surprised expression again? Li Shimin was speechless. He originally wanted to show off in front of Zhang Feng and see Zhang Feng suffer, but this bastard didn't give him the chance. Zhang Feng heard and glanced at the banknote. However, the next moment, he couldn't help but rub his eyes hard. He didn't even care about the chicken wings and grabbed the banknote. He said in a trembling voice, "This is 30,000 taels of gold." Yes. This is the money Lord Zhangsun calculated. We split it in half, 30,000 taels each. Oh my God, we're rich. Ha ha ha, good, good. I was worried that I didn't have enough capital to start this business. Lao Li, you're really my god of wealth. Zhang Feng wiped his hands and pocketed the banknotes. Then, he said, since you've already shown me this thing, I'll also show you how I've made a fortune. Just wait and be jealous. What is so mysterious that it made you, who always cherishes your life, come out of retirement? Open the bamboo tube and have a taste. Under Zhang Feng's crazy hints, Li Shimin opened the seal of the bamboo tube and looked at the yellow thing with bubbles. He frowned. This is the beer. Why do I smell urine? Try a sip. Don't you trust me, Zhang Feng? Li Shimin was suspicious. However, he still followed Zhang Feng's instructions and drank a sip. Pfft. There was even an indescribable sense of satisfaction that couldn't be described. It was something that fermented rice or white wine couldn't compare to. As he drank, Li Shimin actually had an illusion that the beer and the roasted chicken were so compatible. It was as if the two things were originally one. Li Shimin was aghast. Fengzi, this beer, this foam, how did you make it? Also, how did you make this wine? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. How is it? Have I ever lied to you? Just tell me if this wine tastes good or not. Wonderful. This wine is really indescribably wonderful. Li Shimin looked at the bamboo tube and couldn't help but smack his lips as he spoke. Then it's fine. As Zhang Feng spoke, he poured the wine into a large bowl. In an instant, the bubbles on the surface of the wine piled up. The wine foam couldn't be compared to the future. Because of the manufacturing process and the insufficient pressure, Zhang Feng could only let it have the bubbles that originally existed in the malt. It wasn't like the future where carbon dioxide was injected to increase the storage time. In this era, there was no such ability. There was no such equipment. Moreover, this pure brewed beer had very few bubbles to begin with. However, the strength of the wine was naturally incomparable to that of other beers. This was even the distinction between dry beer, dark beer, and stale beer in the future. Zhang Feng pointed at the yellow beer and said again, "This thing, although it looks like horse urine, and people who have never drunk it will definitely think that this thing is horse urine for the first time. However, if you can force yourself to endure and drink a bowl, then congratulations, this wine has acknowledged you. Moreover, Laoli, you have to know that this is brewed from the bitter and black malt that even pigs won't eat. This thing is what I'm going to do when I go out of the mountain. You can calculate the cost. It can be brewed in 3 days, and 1 stone of wheat can be brewed into 10 stones or more of beer. Moreover, this bamboo tube can only hold 1 gene, and each bamboo tube is sold for 1 copper coin. You can taste it carefully. Once this thing is accepted by the entire Tang Dynasty, how much money can we make? Moreover, with the current barbecue, you can calculate again that the entire Tang Dynasty people's alcohol tolerance can be said to be huge. As long as this meal starts, won't one person drink dozens of barrels?" Li Shimin's expression had already changed. Zhang Feng patted the dumbfounded Li Shimin on the shoulder and said, "Lao Li, taste it carefully." Chapter 440. How much was a stone of wheat worth? At most, it would be 100 copper coins. Any more, and it would be 200 copper coins. But how many bamboo tubes could be filled with 10 stones of water? A few hundred. A few thousand. Based on this calculation. Then, however, the originally useless wheat had really come back to life. How much could this malt be sold for? 10 copper coins. Perhaps other than Zhang Feng, no one would want to buy it even if they had to pay for it. Such a good business opportunity instantly made Li Shimin jealous. "Fengzi, this business, hey, Lao Li, let's make a deal. I'll do this business myself. Besides, you don't know anything and you haven't fully accepted this kind of thing. If you sell it, you'll only lose money. So, after thinking about it, I'll do it myself." "No." How could Li Shimin be willing? He hurriedly waved his hand. "Fengzi, although you're good at doing business is very difficult. You have to wake up before 7 in the morning and may not even be able to sleep at night. Based on your character, how can you bear this? So, how about we cooperate? When the time comes." No. Now you know how to be anxious." Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin with a faint smile. "All right, who asked you to be our Fengzi's good brother? Then let's make a deal. It's just the 2 of us. We can't have one more person." "Fine. Then it's settled. How about this? I have 1,000 taels of silver here, and I think there are 10 more. Let's take it as a deposit for the cooperation." Zhang Feng was a little confused. "Good fellow, you always bring so much money when you go out. Aren't you afraid of bandits?" "I haven't had time to go back yet. After splitting the money with Lord Zhangsun and the others, I came here directly." Li Shimin casually evaded. Then he asked, "By the way, this barbecue. When the time comes, let's do it together. You've seen this thing. It's just a stove, squatting by the roadside. Even if it's opened, the cost is low and the profit is high. Look at these chicken wings. They only cost a few copper coins. But after roasting them, they will become 5 copper coins. Li Shimin frowned. So expensive. Zhang Feng glared at him. This is expensive. Look, there are chickens and ducks all over the streets of Chang'an City. Even if they are lost, no one will look for them. Why? Wasn't it because of the locusts that all the chickens and ducks were gathered together? In addition, the emperor heard about my plan from who knows where and actually went to find Tubo to ask for chickens and ducks. This was exactly what I thought. Lao Li, tell me honestly, were you the one who gave Lord Zhongsun the idea? Otherwise, how could the emperor think of such a move? This is clearly my move. Li Shimin touched his nose. Yes. Didn't I cooperate with Lord Zhongsun on the bone-strengthening powder before? So I mentioned it by the way. No wonder. It's right next to the Vermilion Bird Gate, the Vermilion Bird Street's Kaihua Square. So soon. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, Li Shimin had already hurriedly disappeared outside the door. I say, old Li, aren't you forgetting something? Zhang Feng scratched his head and looked at the 7 barrels of beer on the table. Li Shimin was very anxious. On one hand, he wanted to confirm whether the scrapped food could be used to brew wine. However, after really understanding this matter, he instantly couldn't sit still. With Zhang Feng's ability, he was still very much looking forward to it. However, the moment he walked out of the door, Li Shimin paused. He forgot the most important thing. That was to get the wine. This thing, he was defeated. He had to take it back and let those old guys have a taste of their own medicine. And that barbecue, he had to get the recipe. When he returned to the pub, Zhang Feng was hanging chicken feet, repeatedly leaning on the remaining things. Seeing Li Shimin return, he smiled and said, I knew Lao Li would come back. You forgot to take this thing, how are you going to explain it to old Sun and those bastards? Aren't I in a hurry? Li Shimin touched his nose. Although he didn't need to explain anything to anyone, if he said this thing would sell well, then it would definitely sell well. But there was another important person, that was his father. If his father knew that he came to Zhang Feng's place and didn't bring anything to satisfy his craving, wouldn't he flip out? Okay, give my father 3 jugs of wine, the recipe for barbecue, and, Li Shimin said a lot. But Zhang Feng curled his lips. There's no recipe for barbecue. Did you see how I barbecued the meat just now? It's just that you need to use oil and fine salt, and the pepper, cumin, and dogwood powder. You just need to sprinkle it repeatedly. These are all common things. Go back and tell your chef. If he doesn't even know these things, then it's really strange. But this rack, Li Shimin pointed to the barbecue rack that Zhang Feng was barbecuing. He wanted to say something but stopped. Zhang Feng instantly understood. He rolled his eyes. 10 taels of silver. Ask someone to take away all my things. Chapter 442. Wei Shuyu felt very uncomfortable. Li Shimin waved his hand. Wei Shuyu hurriedly entered the small tavern. She thought there was something good waiting for her, but she didn't expect that she would be asked to carry a brazier. It was such a hot day, Wei Shuyu's face immediately stiffened. But it was the emperor. Under the gaze of Zhang Feng, that bastard, Wei Shuyu kicked and roared as she came in. She looked at the dozen or so people, and each of them did the same thing. She even took away the leftover barbecued meat and the table that Zhang Feng had not put away. 7 bamboo tubes of beer were not enough. When Zhang Feng had more than 30 bamboo tubes of beer in the backyard and asked people to take them away, he found that the hall was empty. Even his jar of salt was taken away. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded by what he saw. Who the f***ck are these people? They didn't even let go of the jar of salt. However, Li Shimin and Wei Shuyu had already walked out of Tonghui Fong by this time. Li Shimin was drinking wine in the sedan while eating the barbecued meat that Zhang Feng had made. When he was eating just now, he was anxious and worried about the beer, so he didn't seriously taste the barbecued meat. But now, once he stopped thinking and sat in the sedan, listening to the shouting and hawking outside, and the sound of people fighting for things from time to time, this was the real dish to go with wine. To put it bluntly, this barbecued meat was a little different from what they had eaten before. Although it looked like a big piece of meat was cut, even so, it couldn't be eaten so quickly. If it could reach this level, it meant that there was something else in it. Thinking of this, Li Shimin immediately roasted the chicken wings and asked, "Shuyu, I'm here." Hearing this, Wei Shuyu threw the oil jar in her hand to Xiao Gizi and hurried forward. "Did you look carefully when Fengzi was roasting the meat just now?" This, Wei Shuyu knew that the emperor was looking for someone to roast meat. Did he admit it? Or not? If he did, he would become the emperor's personal barbecue chef. But if he didn't? Wei Shuyu stammered, "Your Majesty, this general didn't pay too much attention, but this general saw the chicken wings and chicken feet on the roof beam. They were marinated with seasoning for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The mutton and pork were not processed. Oh, when we get back, you will roast meat for me according to Feng Zi's method." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wei Shuyu had already thought of the result. At this moment, he only wished that this was a one-time job. Otherwise, he would never be able to make a name for himself. He returned to the Taiji Palace. The directors, Little Gizi, and Wei Shuyu closed the door and barbecued meat in the back garden of the bedroom. It was not until 2 hours later that the three of them finally grinned, looking at the chicken wing in Li Shimin's hand, which was half roasted, with blood still dripping from one side, with a grin on their faces. "Shuyu, give it a try. How does it taste this time?" "Yes." Wei Shuyu pulled a long face and took a bite of the chicken wing. Then, his pupils constricted and he spat it out. "Your Majesty, it's overcooked this time. Is it because we didn't turn it hard enough? Also, there's too much salt." "Is that so?" Li Shimin frowned. He threw the grill away and sat on the chair. He waved his hand and said, "Little Gizi, summon the imperial chef. Come here quickly." "Yes." After a while, a fat man, who was as fat as a ball, ran over, panting. It seemed that this guy ate a lot of good food every day. But Li Shimin didn't care. "Shuyu, you two tell him about the roast meat. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can't make roast meat to my satisfaction, then..." When the fat imperial chef heard this, his face turned pale and he fell to the ground with a plop. "Yes, Your Majesty." The imperial chef didn't know if it was because he was under great pressure or something else. Anyway, within an hour, he really roasted the remaining meat skewers, chicken wings, and chicken feet that Zhang Feng had made. Although the taste was still a little different from the one that Zhang Feng had made, it was basically the same roast meat. The three of them looked at Li Shimin, who was sometimes frowning and sometimes deep in thought. They didn't dare to breathe loudly. After a while, Li Shimin nodded. "What's your name?" The fat imperial chef kowtowed hurriedly. "Your Majesty, my name is Zhang San." "Good. From today onwards you'll be roasting meat full-time. When the time comes, I'll take you to a place. But this place is only known to you. If I find out and a second person knows about this, you know the consequences. What could the fat imperial chef say? This was his own business, and he was very clear about it. The emperor didn't say anything because he was still useful. What else could he say? He hurriedly kowtowed to express his gratitude. Although the taste is a little bad, it's still acceptable. Little Gizi, reward me. Yes. Shiyu. Go and call those old guys. Tell them that I'll treat them to barbecue and beer. Chapter 443. Feng Xianling was more excited than anyone else. Because this beer had been on his mind for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ministry of Agriculture was busy recently, he would have gone to the tavern to see it with his own eyes. But this was a bit mysterious for the rest of the people. On the way to the back garden, several people asked Feng Xianling about the beer over and over again, but Feng Xianling basically just laughed it off. Several people were so angry that they wanted to beat him up. As soon as they entered the back garden, everyone smelled the fragrance of barbecue. Although this was the back garden and also a part of the imperial garden, after being swept by the locusts, only withered branches and withered leaves were left, as well as clusters of tender buds. And not far away, Li Shimon's bright yellow robe was seen by several people from afar. And at this moment, Li Yuan's excited voice also sounded from the other side. Where is he? Where is the emperor? He brought good things but didn't know to give it to Lao Tzu to taste first. What kind of logic is this? All of you get out of the way, I want to see what the emperor is doing hiding in this small garden. Whether it was Li Shimon or the people who had just entered the back garden, they all hurriedly got up at this time. Welcome, Father Emperor, retired emperor. Get up, get up. Li Yuan couldn't wait to walk to the strange brazier that he had never seen before. To be precise, he looked at the barbecue that was sizzling with oil and said, "Where did that kid get this thing?" "Father Emperor, this son just came back from Zhang Feng's place. This is not this thing. Because of some reason, this son is letting the imperial chef study it. Did you get it out?" Li Yuan ignored the sweat on the faces of Li Shimon and the other two, as well as Wu Go. He grabbed a piece of barbecue that was already cold and took a bite. In an instant, Li Yuan's cheeks swelled up, and he was eating with a face full of enjoyment. Not bad, it's the taste of that kid. Right, come, all of you come sit. You, hurry up and barbecue, or I'll chop you. Li Yuan greeted everyone while sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring at the grill and eating. Everyone looked at each other and imitated the retired emperor and sat on the floor. Do you have wine? Did you only take the meat and not the wine? Li Yuan ate a few more mouthfuls before he came to his senses and asked. Yes, Imperial Father, please wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Brother Zhang Feng has come up with a new trick this time. Do you want to try it? However, regarding this wine, allow me to keep you in suspense for the time being. You can drink Zhang Feng's previous wine first, and allow me and the others to try this new wine. What do you think? Don't. If that brat dares to make fun of Jin will definitely skin him alive the next time I go there. Chapter 444. Li Shimon was somewhat speechless. If Li Yuan was not here, then everything would still be fine. However, now that Imperial Father was here, there was no way to talk about this thing. But fortunately, Imperial Father did not drink it. If he found something, then it would be easy to handle. Imperial Father, this thing is a new kind of wine. This son drank it for the first time at Zhang Feng's place and was indeed not used to it. At that time, when I drank the third mouthful, I really discovered that this thing was a treasure. If you don't believe me, Qing Yao Jin, don't you love to drink? We now order you to drink all the wine in this bamboo tube in one go. If you drink it, I will reward you with a jar of Zhang Feng's fine wine. Your Majesty, is this true? When Qing Yao Jin heard this, his expression instantly became excited. Although this thing did not taste good, when he was fighting back then, when there was no water to drink, he even drank his own urine. What was this? Seeing Li Shimin nod, he raised his neck and gulped it down in front of everyone's grinning eyes. After he was done, he even snorted. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your Majesty, can I drink another one? After drinking this bamboo tube, I really discovered something, but this thing is really a bit hard to describe. We allow it. If you can drink it, all the wine here is yours. Li Yuan frowned and stared at Qing Yaojin's eyes. After seeing that he really did not have the slightest suspicion of flattery, without waiting for Li Shimin to speak, he waved his hand and agreed. Qing Yaojin was a straightforward person with a one-track mind. His personality of being addicted to wine as if it was his life, as well as his straightforward personality, had always been liked by the Li royal family. This was also the reason why he could become one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. When Qing Yaojin heard this, after hurriedly thanking Li Yuan, he started drinking to his heart's content. And when he drank 3 jars of wine, his stomach instantly swelled to the point that he could not drink anymore. How is it? Have you tasted anything yet? Li Yuan asked hurriedly. Wei Zheng and the others looked at the bamboo tube in their hands, then looked at Qing Yaojin, who was still drunk, waiting for his answer. This wine, hiccup. Although it tasted like horse urine for the first time, this thing is really something. It's sweet, mellow, and has a strong taste of malt. Your Majesty, is this wine made by Fengzi? Is this made from malt? My dear Minister, you're right. This thing was something that Zhang Feng and his brother had just created. Tell me, what do you think of this thing? Good. Was there even a need to ask? I can guarantee with my life that if this thing were to spread out, it would be the grape wine of the western regions. All kinds of wine from the Tang Dynasty. They were all F*** king trash.